All right, welcome everyone, and thank you very much for joining us today. It's wonderful to see some new faces and old ones as well. It's a pleasure to be in this space with you today and hopefully have some exciting conversations surrounding water justice and the many, many steps that we have to take to achieve it. But there are people in this room who are doing great work, and I'm really excited that we all get to share that work together today. So we have a lot of people joining us online. For those folks, if you can just put your questions in the chat as you think of them, we will answer them at the end when questions are being fielded in the room as well. For everyone here, just raise your hand at the end. For our people in the room, you have pens and pencils as well as sticky notes on your tables. Those are for the 4 sheets we see here on the wall. They say issues, collaborations, resources, and actions. The idea being that throughout the day, as you're thinking of something, whether it's a big picture issue like land back, or something more specific like some of the things we'll be talking about today, like type E irrigation under the water agreement, equally specific, can go up there for further talk. Collaborations, opportunities where, maybe we're hearing someone and we think, ooh, actually, I have a great project that could help with them, and maybe we could get working together on that. Or if you have resources, ooh, I have access to a grant that might help these people. Or I have website skills. I have someone at my organization who has a drone. Those kind of things can go up on our resources sheet. And then finally, we have the actions section. So if there's, hopefully action items identified today, those can go in that section and we can collect them for the end of the day, help inform our conversations tomorrow, and help inform our conversations for the 3rd annual Water Justice Summit. Ooh, ah. So without further ado, I realized I did not introduce myself. My name is Allison Weber. I'm a policy associate at Friends of the Inyo, and I've had the distinct pleasure of working with the folks at the Owens Valley Indian Water Commission, Great Basin Water Network, and Eastern Sierra Land Trust to put this event on today. So without further ado, finally, I will give it over to Terry Red Owl from the Owens Valley Indian Water Commission.
Thank you, Allison. Manahu, everybody. Thank you for joining us, those that are here in person and those that are on the Zoom. I'm so happy that we have that technology so we can have others with us that can't physically be here today. I want to thank Allison for all of the hard work that Friends of the Inyo did putting this on. They really took the lead and organizing the 2nd annual Great Basin Water Justice Summit. And we couldn't have done it without them. We helped a little bit, but really, I think we should give Allison and her team and Eastern Sierra Land Trust, Great Basin Water Network, others that have helped put this on. Round of applause. So thank you for that. I can't believe we're already at our 2nd annual. Gosh, time just goes by so fast. I remember, last year when we were down on East Line Street at the UC headquarters down there, and just really getting the ball rolling as far as trying to cement our collaborations and figure out a way that we could all join efforts, because we're all working towards the same goals, and that's water justice, environmental protection, healthier homelands in the entire region. And so it was like, okay, so we're doing this, you're doing that. How can we all come together and be stronger together? And that is the takeaway that I want to leave everybody with today is we are stronger together, and we do need to continue to collaborate with each other. And one of the things that I think was a big accomplishment from the summit last year is that we learned that we can trust each other too. We don't have to have keep our information compartmentalized over here. It's good if we share it and we can build off of each other and strengthen our partnerships and our relationships. And I really see that we've done that a lot this year. There's more work to be done in that area, but I know we're heading in the right direction. And I really love, putting up the issues, collaborations, resources, and the actions up there, because there are things that have come up where we were able to assist each other this past year. And I can't believe it's November. When we set this date, we're like, okay, let's set the date. It's not going to work in August again, but let's set it in November. It seemed like it was so far off. And, here we are. But anyway, I just want us to continue the work that we're doing. As far as another, major accomplishment, a lot of you guys know that we were very successful in collaborating and fundraising to purchase 3 creeks. That's 5 acres of land down by Fish Springs, south of Big Pine. And you guys are going to be able to come out, the ones that can be here with us in person on Saturday, and get to look at the land and walk around and hang out with us if you're able to do that. But, that took a lot of effort. And I know there's a lot of people in this room that helped spread the word and help donate and raise funds and be with us in prayer for that too. And there's other land opportunities that have come forward since then that we're working on pursuing, but always still, keeping in mind that what we're doing is for, not just for the people that are here today, but also our future generations. And I do want to acknowledge at the back of the room, we have one of our commissioners, Chad Delgado from the Bishop Paiute tribe. Thank you for joining us. And then recognize my staff that are here. There's Rosanna Marujo up in the front, and Kendall Noah. I'm not sure if Ian Bell is with us on Zoom or not. Oh, he is. Okay. Hi, Ian. But yeah, so anyway, so welcome to the Cultural Center of Homelands. Looking forward to us all diving deeper into the agenda and hearing about more accomplishments and other ways that we can collaborate and make good progress for our homelands. Thank you.
And don't let Terry undersell the Owen Valley Indian Water Commission's work for this summit. They really did a lot of the envisioning, and Kendall especially has really been a rock star for helping us identify, what would go best, how the flow is going to go, and all those great things. So really want to thank them for all their work there and make sure it's acknowledged. All right, and then I will bring up my own executive director, Friends of the Inyo, Wendy Schneider.
Hello, everybody, and can you hear me okay? All right, thanks so much for coming. It's great to see so many people here in person, and we have so many more attending virtually. And I just wanted to talk for a few minutes about kind of an outcome that happened as a result of the first Great Basin Water Justice Summit. And I want to echo a couple of things that Terry said. For me, like, one of the greatest things that came out of that was the increased trust in different parties that really have the same goal, want to pull on the same side of the rope, with respect to water. But for whatever reason, we've been kind of scattered in our efforts, and we are much stronger together, and we can work together if we trust each other. And I think that was one big result from that event. And I wanted to I was thinking back last night about talking this morning, and I thought I should just tell, sort of the story for me of why I decided to move forward with, kind of setting up a group to keep meeting regularly. And it was because of everything I learned over those 3 days and all the stories I heard. And at one moment, another woman who was attending said to me, everybody who's worked for water, around water, for our valley, for the last 40 years lives on the edge of a broken heart. And I was just like, I didn't really, and I was like, oh my God, it hit me right here. I'm like, well, we cannot go on like this. This is not right. We cannot go on like this. And it just hit me really hard. I didn't know as much as I thought I did about the history, about what has happened, especially in the last 30 years, about the failures of this giant agency and just how bad it was. And so I guess, when something gets you in your heart, you find the time and the energy and the focus and the motivation to do something about it. So there were others that were similarly affected, and we have formed a very informal, very unofficial group. And we've been meeting for about 18 months to brainstorm and focus on and come up with ideas about how we can turn this situation around and like what direction to take. You know, it sort of felt like at the beginning, like trying to eat an elephant, and like there's a lot of different directions to go in. I found for myself that I was processing a lot of anger, and even though I haven't been involved in this fight for decades, like many of you here have, you know, and a veteran water organizer actually told me on a call, Wendy, too much anger, it's not a good place to be. You know, that's not going to help you be effective here. So anyway, we started meeting for about 18 months, and we've been meeting for like 18 months, and we came up with some ideas about how to move forward. And we are informally calling ourselves the Paiute Water Justice Group, but we don't have any kind of formal document that says that. And you know, and we haven't come up with a formal mission statement or plan, but the way I think of our work is like we have a long-term goal. The long-term big goal is to reduce water extraction, you know, in the areas we now refer to as Inyo and Mono County. And we know that's going to be a long time coming, and we're going to need some incremental things to go on between now and then. But I do feel like there is a lot of focus in California and all over the world on sort of these colonial you know, era water extraction resource management processes that are no longer appropriate. And we're looking at it here, we're looking at it all over the world, and the devastating effects that it's had on communities and ecosystems. And so it's a really good time to be kind of reinvigorating this pushback against extraction, you know, in this area. And at the same time, I mean, things in California are getting acute, as everybody knows. And I think that it's really important to make sure that this area does not remain a sort of quick, easy way to get high quality, inexpensive water for a giant metropolitan area. And not that we don't have sympathy for those that are trying to provide water to those that need it in that area, but like looking up here to increase extraction, like, no, that's not going to be on the table. And in fact, it needs to go. And we need to work with those communities to increase the amount of resources that they are investing in things like water recycling, stormwater capture, and increased conservation. And there are areas around the world and in the American West that are doing a much better job with their freshwater supplies. And I think that we will hear later today that Las Vegas is doing better than Los Angeles as far as adopting new technologies and best practices and things like that. They're, you know, I'm not an expert on that. We have one here and he'll talk about it, I'm sure, at some point in the conference. But so we have come up with, for right now, a kind of a two-pronged plan. And part of it is a legal action. And, you know, and it is going to be focused on existing obligations pursuant to court orders, specifically the 1991 EIR, the 1997 MOU, and the related, you know, court documents. And I can't really say much more about that. So that's going to be like the legal side of it. It's underway. And that's really all I can say about that. And the second part is an organizing strategy. And that is to, we feel like for too long, people have felt, you know, in this area, and also like-minded people down south, by the way, that the processes that are going on with respect to decision making about, you know, how to implement the required mitigation and other kinds of decision making, there's like no transparency. There's basically no public involvement, and that needs to change. Our local decision makers need to feel pressure from the communities to push back hard, you know, in our interests, and that's just not happening. So I have some very good news that I just learned last night, is that we have received funding from Metabolic Studios. Thank you very much, Metabolic, to hire a water justice organizer who will help us with this increased transparency and public participation and putting pressure on decision makers. And this will go alongside the legal strategy. And I think that together, these are things where we can actually expect to see meaningful change in the way that things are done in the short term, and will support the long-term goal of the understanding that this water up here is not cheap and doesn't belong down south. And we don't want to, you know, kind of go in with like, you know, dukes up and, you know, have this be a fight. But it's been too long that this area has been regarded, I think, as a sacrifice zone and as a resource colony for water, and that cannot continue. So I will stop there, actually, and see if anybody has any questions. Go ahead.
Want to correct something you said. You said the water from here is inexpensive for LA. It is free.
That's even worse than I thought.
The electricity that is generated by the aqueduct system as it goes south more than pays for the operation of the aqueduct system. So from their point of view, it's free. And in addition, it is by far the highest quality water that they get, which means there is always going to be pressure for them to take as much as they can. So I've been working on this a long time, and it's going to be a long time fight. And I thank you so much for getting that grant, because I think that is a key part. Going in with our dukes up is the only thing we can do unless we get people in LA, including the mayor's office and the DWP water commissioners, to pay attention to our issues.
Thank you, Mark, for that correction. And as usual, the facts that I learn, show that the situation is even more dire than I thought. So I appreciate that, and also appreciate Mark's engagement, and also all of the other. Our group has a great mix of people who've been doing this stuff for a long time and have a lot of experience with it, and also some new energy and ideas. And it's been a great mix, and we have different areas of expertise. And yeah, I think that we're going to be doing great things. I have another question. Yeah, that's a great question. And the truth is a little bit, but not much, because we don't have somebody full-time devoted to this. And that was the crux of my funding request. Like, all of the people who are working on this have other jobs and are doing other things, and this cannot be their primary focus. We need somebody who lives and breathes this 24/7 and is going to make contacts down in the Southland, because there are like-minded groups who have the same kind of agenda down there. But no, we're not working effectively together because there's nobody that's focused on it. And yeah, so that's like one of the first things on the list. Any other questions? Yeah, and I'm really excited about talking to all of you. This is a perfect size group, throughout the day and tomorrow and on the field trip. So thank you very much. And go ahead, Terry.
Yeah, regarding the question about are we working with, groups down in Southern California. So, this particular body right here hasn't collectively done that, but I know that many of us do that. The Owens Valley Indian Water Commission, one of the things that we've been doing a lot of is going down and doing outreach with entities in Southern California. We, a couple of months ago, did a presentation with this group called Heal the Bay. And, they work on water protection in a wide area down in Southern California. And it was the first time I driven past the Hyperion water reclamation project that LA has. And we had probably about 150 people in the room, plus a bunch of people on Zoom. And so, having the organizer that you guys will be hiring, working with, bringing us all together and collaborating, sharing, contacts and outcomes of the outreach and the follow-up, I think is going to be really effective.
Excellent. All right. Thanks so much. And I'll turn it back over to Allison.
All right. I now have the pleasure of asking Kay Ogden of Eastern Sierra Land Trust to come up. Eastern Sierra Land Trust joined us in helping organize this event a little bit later in the process, but have been really wonderful. Amy Sturgill, thank you. She's in charge of all the great food you're going to eat today. And so when you are not hungry and happy and content, remember her and give a little thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you very much for the invitation to join you this morning. And I just want to really tag on to what Terry Riddell said earlier, that together we are stronger. And often it looks from the outside that, we don't mesh like this, but when we sit down and we talk, we can find that Venn diagram part where our values and our interests and our passions can come together to help move forward. For those of you who don't know about ESLT, we are a nonprofit. We're based here in Bishop. We work in Inyo County, Mono County, Alpine County, and Western Nevada. And we work to protect private land from sprawling development. I'm also just a small little thing, right? But so today I'm twisting ESLT's works a little bit on land. I know today's about water, but water's often on land. So the two the two connect to one another. So I also serve on California Natural Resource Agency's 30 by 30 Partnership Coordinating Committee, blah, blah, blah. It's a lot of meetings, but what it does let me get to hear is I hear about funding sources. I hear about new opportunities, and I've been able to hear about the new opportunities that are baked into 30 by 30, which I acknowledge is complex, has a lot of issues involved in it. But some of the good things is that there's a statewide effort to prioritize tribal engagement. And that's with funds, that's returning ancestral lands, and that's always of authentic collaboration and partnership. So we're trying to do better as land trusts. Historically, land trusts have had one model. ESLT, Eastern Sierra Land Trust, is stepping into a new model. We want to be good neighbors, and we want to partner, and we want to help return ancestral land. So two really cool things is we are currently working on a project with the Mono Lake Kutzatoka tribe. Because I was in a bunch of meetings, blah, 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 we all got together and we realized that the private landowner of 160 acres wanted to sell to the Mono Lake Kutzatoka tribe, who, as you know, currently do not have a land base. Funding agencies want to fund returning ancestral lands. The tribe was interested in that land. So ESLT kind of put together a package offering the Kutzatoka tribe, would it be helpful to you if we partnered to help you get fee title to this land? So we worked really hard and we got in a pre-application. The application was invited for full application. The application was then funded by the Sierra Nevada Conservancy. We just signed the grant 2 weeks ago. I don't know why it took so long. Thank you. It's very exciting. I truly do not understand why it took 6 months to get the grant finalized, but it did. So we now are working on it. And what this true collaboration is, the tribe will get fee title of that land. To help us get there, the tribe is bringing their traditional ecological knowledge, their cultural knowledge to put into the project. ESLT is volunteering our staff and our toolbox to help the transaction happen. We help with the grant, we're helping the transaction, that at the end, which we hope will be at the beginning of the year, fingers crossed, the tribe will get fee title to 160 acres of land. Kind of exciting. And so there was another grant opportunity right after that from the Department of Conservation. And as we were looking at, gosh, look what's happening at Tube Nobe. That's the new title of the Old Burgers Retreat. How that came to happen, it was kind of opportunistic. And then there's been another kind of opportunistic opportunity that hasn't quite had the same outcome yet. But at the Department of Conservation grant kind of looked at, we did all these things opportunistically for Tube Nobe. What if we sat down and were strategic about this? What if we all could get together, work together, and look at private lands that are out there? What might be coming up? What lands might certain tribes like to own? What lands might tribes like to just be able to have, just poor choice of words, not own, and have stewardship over those lands to do traditional ecological knowledge practices, as well as ceremonies and all kinds of things. So we applied for a grant, and we just found out about 3 weeks ago that we got the grant. It's going to be an amazing opportunity for partnership with all of the tribes in our region. And there are funds to hire a tribal engagement person. So we will be looking to make that hire a full-time staff person. And there are funds in the grant to compensate tribes for their participation in this process. So I'm going to be reaching out and asking for help to form this. It's the funders cut a little bit of money, so we have to make a few adjustments, but I feel so proud about this opportunity that we can really get some strategic work done and get some additional ancestral lands returned to original stewards. So stay tuned. I'll be reaching out, and that's it for ESLT. And we're just over a couple blocks away over on Fowler. If you ever want to come visit and chat, please stop by. Thanks.
All right. We are actually moving ahead of schedule, which, never before seen. So I will actually ask Noah Williams to come up. We have a surprise addition to the agenda. Noah, unfortunately, is going out on a wonderful adventure tomorrow, leaving for India, but was able to be with us today. And so we're very thankful for him for making the time to join us and give a little bit of updates on Fish Springs, which he talked about last year, if you were able to attend the first annual Great Basin Water Justice Summit. He is a depth of knowledge, and we are really lucky to have him. Go ahead, Noah.
Morning, everyone. Manahu Naniane Noah Williams. Paiute Numanu Nukimedu. Hello, everyone. My name is Noah Williams. Tribal member here in Bishop. I'm from the Valley. I'm from the Valley of the Flowing Water, and I'm happy to be here. I'm here today to speak a little bit about the Fish Springs hatchery. Give a little bit of an update, or maybe even lack thereof of an update. But by show of hands, who here is familiar with the Fish Springs region? Good to see that majority of the people are. Well, for those who might not be aware, Fish Springs is located about 5 miles south of the Big Pine Reservation. It's at the base of Crater Mountain, which is the volcanic cinder cone just south of the community of Big Pine. Historically, would be the eastern slope of the cinder cone. That would have been the largest spring in the entire valley for about, I believe it was from 1872 and onward. That was actually the site of the first introduction of the non-native rainbow trout species. And I'm talking about trout because currently the Fish Springs hatchery is a state operated but LADWP owned land and LADWP owned pumps that actually used to support the hatchery. And the story that that really affects us, the tribe, the land, everything, is the story of overpumping. I bring up that 1872 date because, like I said, that was the first site of introduction of the rainbow trout species in the Owens River watershed. And I'd argue that that's really when the history of producing and cultivating fish at the Fish Springs area really, really began. And I say that because around the 1970s, when the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power completed their second barrel of the LA Aqueduct, they converted the natural spring that had been, flowing naturally for millennia, flowing, without the use of pumps or any sort of mechanical mechanisms, on average about 16 to 18,000 acre feet per year, which is a really, really significant source of water. It was a really, really significant site for our tribal people. Where there's water, you're going to find life in all shapes and sizes, in all forms. But yeah, going around 1970, there was the completion of the second barrel of the aqueduct, which led to a lot of the overpumping that we see, throughout the valley. And, we know that there are some, mechanisms in place that, are supposed to limit the impact of groundwater pumping through the long-term water agreement. But unfortunately, it doesn't do anything for the Fish Springs area because the two wells that support the hatchery, well 330 and well 332, are actually exempt by the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power and Inyo County Technical Group. So any impact that they have, on average, they pump, upwards of 20,000 acre feet per year, which in their eyes, I had mentioned naturally it was about 16 to 18,000 acre feet without pumps. In their vision, they look at it as only, we're pumping an additional 5,000 acre feet. But no, I mean, they're taking the 16,000 acre feet that would have naturally flown on top of, this additional thousands and thousands of acres. And, it really had a detrimental effect on the groundwater table and the aquifer, in the Big Pine region. granted, there was a lot of other pumping that was taking place from the 1970s, up into the 1990s, coupled with the groundwater pumping. But the fact of the matter is that they're still allowed to justify their over pumping by, using, the trout as their excuse. It's always this weird sort of blame game between California Department of Fish and Wildlife and Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, where, like I said, Los Angeles owns the land and owns the pumps, but California Department of Fish and Wildlife is the sole operator and owns the fish and the actual, I think some of the hatchery facilities themselves. So DWP goes on and says, well, the state needs all this water to grow their fish, and CDFW goes, well, we don't own the land, we don't own the pumps, we aren't the ones that control them. So this has been a long-standing issue for the tribe down in Big Pine for many years, and it wasn't until really about 2020 where, I'll jump back a little bit. There's been many cases over the years of where, the tribe has had to, attempted to bring this to, either the state's attention or Los Angeles Department of Water and Power's attention. But it really wasn't until 2020 where there was an unfortunate bacteriological outbreak. I won't go too much into it, but it unfortunately led to the loss of life of 3.3 million fish in 3 state-run hatcheries. That would be the Fish Springs, the Black Rock, which is a little bit further to the south, and then Mojave Fish Hatchery. During that halt of pumping, they actually, to our knowledge, it was the first time that they'd actually stopped their groundwater pumping operations, more than likely, probably since the 1970s. And it was a really brief halt of only about 4.5 months. But in that time, we had observed in monitoring wells that were almost 2 miles away from the actual site, an 8.5 foot recovery in the water table in just a 4-month period of time. And mind you, the snowpack levels of 2020 were nowhere near what we would see, let's say this last winter season. So, as environmentalists, as tribal folks, we, use that as an opportunity to really, go to the state and start up these discussions and ask them, is this system really the best system that could be in place? And through a lot of back and forth, the state had came up with this figure of a 12% reduction. I think it's somewhere along the lines of like 1,600 acre feet, which, granted is a step in the right direction, but it does not, quite meet or match those historic flow levels of 16 to 18,000 acre feet. And it doesn't quite meet all of the concerns, with the depleting the aquifer underneath the reservation. However, with Los Angeles, the name of the game is usually how could we take more, never how could we sort of reduce. So, like I said, it is a step in the right direction. However, this was conversations that were taking place in late 2020, going into 2021, where they, came up with this 12% figure. Here we are now in 2023. We've been over the last, year or so, CDFW hasn't, been as transparent as maybe they once were. We kind of were, still floating around with the question, like, okay, what is the status of this? We'd bring it up at different LA, DWP, and Inyo County Standing Committee or technical group meetings, or even the Water Commission for the county meetings. And most recently at the technical group meeting, I think it was, I believe it was Eric Tillemans from Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, briefly made a comment about how some permitting actually was just recently approved out there to install some sort of device to alter and to achieve this 12% reduction. But again, we're almost in 2024 here, and he was saying that this was more than likely not going to be installed until 2026. With conversations, that were really taking place, in late 2020, 2021, it being 2.5 years, 3 years later, and still seeing, the state and, other agencies really dragging their feet. And I always criticize Los Angeles because they always, count themselves as such, great engineers and pride themselves in all the good things that they do, but, they can't figure out how to, connect a device, or they're just not motivated to do so. So we're, still going to be pushing on them, in our own way. I mean, just in this last week, a number of us and staff were actually at the EPA Region 9's California, or EPA Region 9's environmental conference, tribal conference, and there was a couple of folks from the states there, people from California Natural Resources Agency that California Department of Fish and Wildlife falls under, and we're talking about more of the nature-based solution, and a few other, not totally tied in with fish springs, but I was like telling them, like, why have we been having these conversations for years, and we're just now hearing just last week that they're expected to put these in 2026. Like, what's the holdup? Trying to like bring it up, and they're sort of, keep this conversation rolling, bring it up on their state levels. I was even telling them, like, well, maybe it's time to bring it back to the Fish and Game Commission, because we have been mainly dealing with the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and we did go to them one time, and it seemed to send some sort of alarm bells to them. So, as a tribe, we're still committed to the Fish Springs area, and we do have some exciting news and some potential research that is happening. We've been talking with a number of researchers from UCLA, California State University Fullerton, researcher from the Livermore National Laboratories who have experience with actually taking cores. And there's a site that is just, I would say about maybe third of a mile or so, probably southwest of the Fish Springs hatchery. It's this depression that the tribal folks consider as Honaba, what we consider, and it's actually nestled away, tucked in the volcanic rock. It's this depression. It has no surface, no area where surface water could actually access it. And we know from, stories that even my own Hutsi had told me, or, others who just had been around the area, that this was a 5-acre pond. It was heavily used by the tribal people. There was a lot of village sites in the area. We found petroglyphs nearby. It's an exciting area for, jumping around, but what we're looking to do is actually to collaborate with some of these researchers to take some test cores, and just take some actual core samples for the at the actual Honaba site itself, just to see what sort of hydrological characteristics are in the area. And we did go out a few weeks back with the researchers and did just a 1 meter test core. And even in that 1 meter test core, we did see at least 3 different transition zones. And even probably more exciting too, we actually saw water out there, which was really surprising for one. I mean, we know that Los Angeles Department of Water and Power has been doing a lot of water spreading. We were saying we kind of wish we would have been able to, get a little bit of the monitoring well data in the surrounding Fish Springs site, prior to actually coming here. Unfortunately, we weren't able to make it out there. But the fact of the matter is, to see water that are present was really, really exciting. And one approach that I failed to mention earlier that the tribe has been proposing, other than just, to keep the hatchery running and operating as normal, is to propose a third option. And this third option, which we believe is a win-win for everybody, would be to utilize some of the effluent water, so some of the water that is leaving the hatchery, and instead of keeping it in its normal system where it just gets used for 1,000 feet, gets sent into its settling pond to settle some of the dissolved solids for about 1,600 feet or so, and then basically meets up with a Big Pine Canal, and then shortly thereafter enters the aqueduct system, in Tinnemaha Reservoir. What we're proposing is to utilize some of that water leaving the hatchery for wetland restoration. And if these agencies are so focused on carbon sequestration or anything like that, or wetland, let them put their money where their mouth is. I mean, CDFW is already, creating a wetland area down by Cartago. Why can't they, mimic another sort of similar project in this sort of area? Not only would it be a benefit to, the lands and, the wetlands that did used to exist, it's an example or opportunity of environmental justice, I believe. I think it's an opportunity to really, allow this land to heal and to, and the potential even, if the state wants to frame it in some sort of way, I mean, potential recreation sites, even, the educational opportunities that could come about that, after restoring these areas. And, to a lot of tribal folks in here, that area was, highly, important, culturally. It was a significant source of water. There are village sites out there. There is a lot of record of families going out there and gathering different foods and medicines and things that just, hard to find, hard to come by these days. And we just view that this third option, not only would Los Angeles still be, getting, a significant amount of water, more than likely thousands and thousands of acre feet, they would, allow the groundwater to infiltrate. It would help, heal the chronically depressed aquifer underneath the reservation, because, we know by several groundwater studies that have taken place of like the radius of influence that these pumps really, really do have. And, they would still produce fish. The state would still be able to produce fish. Heck, if they wanted to, like I said, create a boardwalk around it for some wildlife viewing. I mean, that's another way that they could, maybe justify doing that. But, more than importantly, it's using the water in a better way. It's keeping the water in the valley. It's letting the water infiltrate back into the ground. And, it's just a way more sustainable option. I don't think that we should have ever reverted away from, not utilizing the natural spring. And that's why I bring up that, the first site of introduction of this non-native trout species was at Fish Springs in 1872. And it took them 100 years to, switch up that system. What was wrong with the one before? But again, I guess that's kind of all I really have to say right now. Sorry, I don't have a presentation, but we'll just keep the conversation up, keep Fish Springs, in the topic. They don't like to, always include this in the agenda, but it does make us happy when we do hear it, and we do hear that people are still thinking about it, and can help support us to elevate this idea to utilize this water leaving the hatchery for more restoration in the area. So again, thank you.
I know, Mark Bagley with Sierra Club. If you don't mind, several things I'd like to mention. What was wrong with the previous system of natural flow? Well, from LA's point of view, they wanted more water. Okay, so this is a story that I heard from DWP manager. It was not in their 1991 EIR explaining the pumping there, and it should have been, but LA approached in the late 60s when they knew they were going to be pumping, and they knew they had this second aqueduct. They approached Fish and Game and said, hey, we're going to pump. Do you want to still have a fish hatchery there? And they worked with Fish and Game. Fish and Game used to have ponds, just ponds in the earth. So back then, you had this 16,000 to 18,000 acre feet a year. It went into these ponds. Then it went into the ditches that eventually flowed to the Owens River. And so then there was a lot more infiltration into groundwater because it was ponds and the ditch. What Fish and Game did was put in these concrete raceways, no infiltration there in the hatchery operations. And I believe also what DWP did was they made that ditch more efficient from the water people's point of view. So they'd lose less water. They made it deeper. And so they are getting a lot more water because they're pumping a lot more than the flow, and there's less infiltration. Okay, so there's an issue with your idea about using the outflow from the hatchery for wetlands restoration, which is a great idea. Keep pushing it. The state, you're pushing with the state, that's great. But this is where Wendy's organization person comes in. The state does not own that water. That is DWP's water. And the state has limited pressure. They can, especially the Fish and Game people, limited pressure on that can put on DWP. So this has to come from the political people in LA is where you need to put more pressure. Because it's LA's water and they want it. And as I said before, they want as much as they can get. Let's see. When you said In 2020, with the disease that came in and stopped the pumping for 4 months, did you say it was 8 feet of groundwater recovery?
Yeah, so from around, gosh, I think it was like July, like maybe June, July till, I don't know, October or so. Yeah, they had an 8.5 foot recovery in like V224, like a number of the monitoring wells that are, I mean, 2 miles away from the actual hatchery site from where they're actually pumping. And then when they did start their operations again, they were only operating on a one well. And even after the fact, there was still recovery taking place when they were only operating on just one of the 2 wells that were actually there. I think at the end, it was something like 10.5 feet of recovery.
That's a great data point.
And even more significant, we did find that there was one of the other monitoring wells to the south that was installed in the 1980s. So after the pumping had already took place. And that specific monitoring well measured the highest ever recorded point that it had ever, or the shallowest that it had ever been. So it's very clear to see like how much of an impact that really is taking place. And I know that there was a groundwater study that was done in the early 2000s that showed the radius of influence. And it was saying that if they were to pump at full capacity for 1 year, it would have a 1 foot drawdown all the way as far out as Zurich across the Owens River, east of the Owens River, 10 miles away. I mean, that's how much of an effect, that these pumps are truly having. And I will say too, like I do, yeah, they don't have any infiltration that does take place. They did, I think the idea now is to move water A to B, as fast as they can. I view their hatchery's use of only being 1,000 feet of when it first enters the system, it goes to the gravity fed raceway, and then when it leaves the system. And from just some of our tours that we've taken place, I even question whether it's a water capacity, because they had indicated to us that because they have so many fish that are like present in this water body, the issues that they were actually facing were depleting the oxygen in the water. So even at the halfway point, they have to have a aeration station that pumps up the water, removes the gases, and re-injects oxygen back into it. So what if the state were to invest in more resources that they could conserve their water? Could we make a case that, hey, LADWP, if you are pumping as much water to support what the state needs, but we're finding that they can do less without, can we use that as a claim of lowering some of this water? But it is their water. You are right, and it is going to take a lot of pressure from the public, from other people, and they're not motivated to do so. They profit off of it. It's a significant source of water that is only, I mean, as the bird flies, maybe 12 miles away from the aqueduct intake. I mean, they're not going to want to give it up. It's going to be a fight. And, still year after year, the Big Pine region is always the most heavily pumped region. And they always justify it by, well, we need to support the hatchery. We need to support the hatchery. I mean, even this year, where they probably didn't need to do any groundwater pumping, but they still did, just to set precedents that we have groundwater claims. 35% of the water this year is coming from the hatchery, coming from Big Pine. And we had a record-breaking snowpack year. I mean, it's insane that they're still pumping, and because they're doing all these repairs in the aqueduct, where is that water going? More than likely not to Los Angeles right now. But
one thing, to be clear, that pumping at Fish Hatchery is affecting groundwater levels at the reservation in Big Pine and then the town of Big Pine. So
Certainly.
this is a big deal.
I love it. I love all the questions we're seeing here. I'm going to go to Kendall and then on to you.
And Mark, you talked about a lot of the political pressure, and I had a question for Noah about the local, government, because I understand that, with the fishery, the fishing is an economic driver for tourism in our area. So how on board is our local governments? I mean, if you could, kind of highlight if they've been on board if they've been, because I know you've done this presentation before to them, have we found any kind of co-resistors in that? I would like to say.
Well, I will say, I think back of we did have a public forum a couple years back that was led by our Jen Rocher, the district for Big Pine, and she was good support in that sort of way by, giving us that forum, giving us that space to, continue this conversation. And you are right. How they justify it today, or how they continue to keep it exempt, they actually consider it as mitigation, which is crazy because they're mitigating their groundwater pumping. And to mitigate the groundwater pumping, we're going to pump more groundwater. But hey, we get fish. And, for a long time there, we weren't even so sure that they were even going to Inyo County waters, because when you were on the CDFW website, we would look up their stocking map, and the only site that they had listed that was actually in Inyo County was Rock Creek. And how do you get to Rock Creek? You got to go through Mono County to get there. So, how is this an economic mitigation for Inyo County if these fish aren't even actually going to Inyo County waters? So that was something that we had questioned. And it took them months and months and months to finally update the stocking map. They have a couple of workers there that swear that they would, plant in Big Pine or Bishop Creek and here and there. But according to their website and according to the hatchery official stocking maps for a very long time, they really weren't. As for others, like throughout the community, I mean, I do, like to, continue to hear this in the conversation. Like I said, even when it's not in the agenda, which majority of the time it isn't, there is a handful of people within the water department or the county here and there that will, bring up this topic a bit. But ultimately, and unfortunately, because the tribes don't really have any seat at the table when it comes to the technical group meeting, the standing, like any of these actual agreements, it's going to it's going to be up to the county. It's going to be up to our county to step up to the plate and have some teeth and to, be in supportive of this. Really. I mean, it's going to be us too. And we're going to continue to be, having this discussion, but I really wish we did have, more people within the technical group or within our own county that were willing to, step up to the plate and, challenge Los Angeles, in these sort of ways, instead of just riding off on the next pumping plan and agreeing and just being complicit, really. But they are there. They are there. I mean, I'm not, criticizing everybody, but I do wish that we would have some more people and some more, advocates, to advocate on our behalf, or give us a seat at the table, let us talk and let us, enter in this discussion. The tribe should already have and should be like a signing member for a lot of these different agreements.
Yeah, I think that's a really great question, Kendall. And I think maybe something we need to have up on our sheets here is a co-resistor sheet. If anyone can think of allies who aren't in this room, but people we can tap on or at least put pressure on to be better co-resistors, that is a great thing to identify here today. And then I also, as a piece of housekeeping, if we could all introduce ourselves when we're on the mic for our friends on Zoom, since they can't see the lovely name tags. And I think you had the question.
Hi, Brianda Hernandez with the Bishop Paiute tribe. You mentioned that in 1872 there was an introduction of non-native rainbow fish. Is there any evidence that through the tribes or like before that, like of other native species that were in the fish springs, right?
In the fish springs itself, it's kind of hard to say. I mean, I would assume so. So native fish, we have 4 native fish historic to the valley. We had the Owens Valley pupfish, the speckled days, the tui chub, and the Owens sucker. Most of us are probably familiar with like the story of the pupfish, critically endangered, only exist in a handful of sites. Hopefully, one day we'll actually have them return on, to the reservation here, the Coastal site. I'm not so well versed on what the status of the speckled dace and the tui chub. I'm assuming not great because it is a smaller fish like the pupfish. And when they did introduce like the non-native rainbow trout species and other trout species, fish like to eat smaller fish. It's a fish eat fish world, quite literally. And the only one that I know that I've seen around is the Owen sucker, and that's because it's a bottom feeder and it gets pretty large and not as likely to get predated on some of these other native or these non-native fish that now basically have taken over a lot of these waters. So it's hard to say, but historically our tribal people did with the ancient irrigation ditches, would harvest a lot of these pupfish. And I'm sure if they did come across any of the other, 2 species of smaller fish, if they were hungry, heck, they would have, had that, eaten that as well. But I'd mainly bring up, the 1872 date just because I want to highlight that it was totally possible to produce fish using just the natural spring water and not needing to, build these massive groundwater pumps and, mechanize the system. It could have totally have ran perfectly fine. They tried to say, oh, well, there was some concerns of the temperature of the water being a little bit higher. But I mean, by all historical accounts, I mean, even with some of the first, like the Captain Davidson talking about Dragoon Fork or something, whatever he called it, but it was technically the Fish Springs area being cool, refreshing, clear, clean water. I mean, totally suitable habitat for any trout species.
All right, I'll go to Terry, and then we have a question on Zoom. But first, Terry.
Thank you, Terry Reddell, Owens Valley Indian Water Commission. So this, I know you'll be in India, Noah, but I don't know, maybe Sally or someone else from Big Pine Tribe on Monday. We're meeting with LADWP, their Commissioner George McGraw, and then Luis Gutierrez, the Mayor's Director of Energy and Water, will be there, and another gentleman named Solomon Rivera, who's the Chief of Staff for one of the City Council members. This might be a good topic to do, a brief presentation, because we'll have the audience of some higher level people at this meeting. And then the other thing that I wanted to comment on, and if not this one, a future one, I just don't know if we'll have some of the same folks there. I know you had mentioned about like the spring historically was around 16,000 acre feet. So if LA's pumping 20,000, they're taking, 4,000 more than the spring. I look at it as it's 20,000 acre feet, because the spring is no longer free flowing. And so it's not that they're just taking an extra 4,000. They're taking, this water that they dried up, and it isn't coming to the surface on its own anymore. So, yeah, I really don't want them to portray it as like we're only taking an extra 4,000 or 5,000 acre feet.
And I agree with that statement that they are taking 20,000 acre feet from the ground. But there was, just, we have a former staff member that, had met, was talking to one of the DWP pretty higher ups, and that's how they view it. He directly said that to him. It's like, what's the big deal? We're only taking 4,000 extra feet, feet of water. And it's like, what do you mean, what's the big deal? Like, you're crazy. But they, they have a very warped sense of, when they're exporting. I mean, you have to be really, really tricky or really careful about the language that they're using. And again, same goes with the narrative that they're saying that this place was always a desert, trying to give this idea of like, oh, it's desert from when you get up to Mojave all the way to you get Mammoth, everybody. Like, no, this place was full of springs. This place was full of life, full of water, and you're spinning lies. And that's the scary thing too, of like, a lot of like our people who have been in this fight for decades and who are getting older. And, we have had a number of our tribal, leaders and elders who would, really championed a lot of this knowledge, or even have the previous knowledge of these sites, being around. And in a way, this agency's outliving some of our, our elders in that way. And that's why I really hope that, more people, my generation and the generations below me can, learn about these places and learn what we're fighting for, and learn about the places that we're talking about. Because if they just keep spinning this message that, hey, this is always dry, keep telling it, sooner or later, people are going to start believing it. So.
All right, and our questions on Zoom will be read aloud by our friends, the Inyo's Desert Lands organizer, Jaime. He's our wizard on AV today, so everyone on Zoom, thank him.
Yeah, this is a question from Seal Klinger. Hatchery water is ostensibly LADWP's water, but shouldn't all groundwater pumping fall under the 1991 Inyo LA Joint Groundwater Management Agreement?
And they do, but those 2 wells, well 330 and well 332, are exempt from that. Or how would you say that? Yes, they are exempted by the technical group, but there is a process to unexempt that. It's just, again, having people from our local leadership, have that teeth and have that discussion and really, challenge that. But yes, it is, and it can be changed. But because again, it's supposed to be like, you're not supposed to pump for impact. Well, clearly there's impact happening here, but they exempt it and they count it as an economic mitigation. But it would be nice to have maybe a student who's, in school right now to maybe do what do they call it? I don't know, a study to see exactly how much economic impact that really is having. Is it really to a benefit, cost versus reward? I don't know. Anywho.
I have a question. What would it take to make those wells no longer exempt?
It would take, there's a process under the technical group that exempts wells, and they have a list of different exempt wells throughout the valley, and they have their justification, why it's exempt. So it would take, again, like, someone from our county who's in this Inyo and LA, like long-term water agreement to really challenge that and to really start that process. I'm not totally aware of, I just know that the technical group has the ability to exempt and unexempt a lot of these groundwater wells. So it is possible. They do.
Kendall Noah from Owens Valley Indian Water Commission. And that's why I really think that we have these important discussions, about some of the issues that tribes faces, because we can really mobilize ourselves to kind of find people who have the same views as ourselves, to be in these decision-making spaces. If we can identify like certain candidates that have like-minded to environmental issues that we have, then we could come together to put candidates in place that are making these decisions that affect us, and so I really appreciate Noah, for bringing this attention to light. I know you've been doing this work for a few years now. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sally Manning, Environmental Director, Big Pine Paiute Tribe. And yeah, we've been working on this. Gosh, I feel like I've been working on it for a long time, even prior to coming to the tribe, the fish hatchery issues. But, I wanted to say, in regard to what Kendall just said and what Noah's talking about, the county knows, the county exempts wells. I've never seen them unexempt a well. They can ask. I think, as Terry was saying, if I have $20,000 in the bank and I deduct $25,000 this year, but then I get $20,000 next year, but I still I'm like constantly drawing down. And that's what this pumping is doing. It's a chronic impact on the Big Pine area. It wasn't like it happened in 1970 and it was done and the mitigation is now fish. It's ongoing. And I think we have to convince them of that and convince them of the economic and social benefits and environmental benefits of looking at this as a mitigation project and changing it. And we need the leadership to do that. And we need the county people to do that. The county water department, when you live here, and I know the people who live here know this, one thing Noah said to me when I said, we really should take this on and we should challenge what they're doing. He said, but isn't DWP going to, and I said, what, retaliate? Like, of course they will. But should that stop us from trying to do what's right? We're not just doing it for you and me. We're doing this for everyone, for the future, for the valley. And that's what the county needs to confront, is this fear of, DWP doing something else. And they will, and they'll try it. But we should be ready to respond to that.
And one thing that I'd just like to add on that sort of note too is, if we were to get them to reduce pumping, we need to be on watch to make sure that they don't try to make up for this somewhere else, because that's what they're also notorious for. If there's any other question? No, any other question? Oh, for more.
So if I remember right, as you've said, Fish Springs in this production of fish is actually a mitigation measure in DWP's 1991 EIR. we're thinking about and moving towards dealing with DWP and their mitigation that haven't implemented since 1997. So yeah, DWP is their strategy for a long time is delay everything. You were talking about since 2020, talking about doing something and how LA's keep saying they're going to do something, but gee, now it won't be till 2026. A couple of things about that. DWP is slowest with everything, even if it's not intentional. It's a huge bureaucracy. They have to get approvals for all kinds of things. They have trouble contracting out extra work, so they have to do it in-house. And something I learned a long time ago, I believe, is that if you think DWP is being nefarious about slowing down, it could be, but it also is perhaps more likely due to their their inability to do things. Their incompetence. Is it incompetence or a strategy? Often it's incompetence, in my view. And I want to praise you for a couple of things. Wendy mentioned that somebody told her, don't be angry. It's not going to help. And it seems like you've got a really good attitude about not being too angry. And I'm really glad, and I'm really glad you're kind of picking up the mantle of your dad. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, and you know, sure, it is a big, you know, bureaucracy, and you know, they said that the gears move slow, but how long did it take them to build the aqueduct? Yeah, so I don't know. That's why I'm kind of like, I think they're just dragging their feet too, because like if they're highly motivated to do something, to do, you know, it's going to get done. But if it was like to install a new pump, get that in 3 months, not 3 years. But if there's no other questions, thank you all for allowing me to speak with you. And yep, you guys have a good rest of your day.
Thank you very much, Noah. That presentation was so good. I think we're actually making up our lost time. We had a lot of good questions. And I think even some collaborations were really immediately identified there, you know, whether it's a water justice organizer helping get out to these technical working group meetings. You know, I would even say it sounds like we have a lot of really good numbers there. If we have anyone who's good at kind of graphic design and showing science through art and design, let us know. I think we have a great outreach paper right there as well. And we're about to go to our break. We'll have a 30-minute break for the people in the room to get up, stretch their legs. Beautiful space in here, but a little dark, so get some sunshine maybe, and have some mingling as well. But if you have anything on your sticky notes for our issues, collaborations, resources, and actions, please go ahead and put them up. I know I've got some things generated, and I think we'll convene in 30 minutes. And I am going to get a co-resistor sheet up on the wall. So if you're thinking of people who we can maybe apply some pressure on, please put them on a sticky note. All right. Have a great break, everyone. And for everyone on Zoom, we will be back very soon. All right. So I have the distinct pleasure of introducing now Beverly and Autumn Harry. They just drove over from Reno this morning, and we're so glad to have them. So thank you for making the time to join us today, both of you, and take it away.
Everybody, Hamu, no Autumn Harry me nani no kuyui pop away, no kuyui takata, a guy takata dene no. Hi everyone, my name is Autumn Harry. I'm a member of the Pyramid Lake Paiute tribe. I'm also a Paiute and Navajo. And I'm here with my mom, Beverly Harry, and we're going to be presenting about the work that we're doing back home, out at Pyramid Lake and within the areas of Reno and Sparks within the Truckee River watershed. So I'll have my mom come up and introduce herself.
Good morning. My name is Beverly Harry. I'm Navajo. I'm originally from the Loop, Arizona area, which is just northeast of Flagstaff. And yeah, we just completed a presentation over at Patagonia last night and was really successful. And so we're going to provide part of that presentation here today to share with a lot of the indigenous people in this area. And it's so nice to see Native people in the group. We had a few Native people up in Patagonia last night. And so always really nice to listen to the stories of how you're protecting water down here. It's always a pleasure to be within your company as well.
So we can pull up the slideshow. Okay, so our project is called River Justice, and we're actually in the process of creating our own nonprofit, which is called the Healing Waters Institute. And if you go to the next slide, we want to honor my late father, Norman Harry. He was a really well-known and influential leader within our area and advocated for our water rights within the Truckee River watershed and working to reestablish our water rights out at Pyramid Lake. And he really continues to inspire us every day with the work that we're doing. And I was very fortunate to grow up in a household with two parents who were, you know, so involved in this work with fisheries protection and water protection and land protection and, you know, standing up against the mining industry, which is so prevalent within the state of Nevada and within the Great Basin. And I know we're going to have a lot more conversations about that later today. But we always want to recognize him because he is, he's part of our foundation and part of our grounding within this work. And so we just want to start off by just showing, you know, where we're at. And I'm sure so many of you are familiar with this area, but we're in the Truckee River watershed, and we're at the terminal end out at Pyramid Lake, and you can see that the lake is within the reservation boundary. The entire lake is within the boundary, and you know that's so unique when you look at different maps of tribal reservations. And because of that, our tribe does have full management of our water quality, of our fisheries program. We have our own environmental program as well. And in the middle here, in the early 1900s, and the purpose of Derby Dam was to divert water away from the Truckee River system and take it towards Fallon area to promote agriculture. And so if you go to the next slide here. Oh, is there like a graph on there? There should be a graph that shows like the water decline. Oh, there we go. And so this is where we're from here. And you can see in the early 1900s. Yeah. Yeah. So you can see the decline in the water elevation because of Derby Dam. And so once that diversion happened, Pyramid Lake dropped a total of 80 feet. And our sister lake, Winnemucca Lake, once Pyramid Lake was at a certain elevation, it would feed into Winnemucca. Once it went below that threshold, it could no longer give Winnemucca Lake water. And I always like to recognize Harry Williams and, you know, Noah's dad here. And Jolie always reminds us that Harry taught her, you know, when talking about Patsiata, that it's not a dry lake, right? It's a drain lake. And I continue to teach that when we're talking about Winnemucca Lake as well, because Winnemucca Lake didn't just dry up, right? the water was stolen and it was being used for this development in a really arid region, and it was taken away from this basin. So I always like to recognize Harry and thank you, Jolie, for teaching us, sharing what you learned from him. And the work that we're doing is very much connected into the protection of our fish species. And so I'll show in a couple slides, but when we're looking at this graph, in the 1920s, early 1930s, we had our local fish extinction with the Lahontan cutthroat trout. And we had these ancient Lahontan cutthroat trout that were just, I think the largest was 42 pounds, 39 inches, like these massive trout that are from these waters. And this was a fish caught by Johnny Skimmerhorn here, I think in 1928. And because there was the mixture of overfishing during this time as settlers were starting to make their way into the basin. But with with Derby Dam and that decline in the water levels, the fish were known to spawn all the way up to Lake Tahoe. And once the water level dropped so much, it created sand barriers along the river, and those fish could no longer get over those barriers. And so we had a local extinction of the Lahontan cutthroat trout. And we like to say local because when you look at the larger watershed, ancient Lake Lahontan, right, there were still some remnants of ancient Lake Lahontan that had Lahontan cutthroat trout, but within Pyramid Lake, those fish were no longer in the lake due to the dam. Next one. So this is I think my slides are kind of mixed up, but this is okay. So this is Derby Dam here, and this is when they first turned on the dam. And we like to show this picture because you can see the people in the photo, like they're dressed in their finest clothes, and they're wearing their fancy hats and dresses and suits. And this was a celebration for them. They're celebrating the theft of water in this photo. And it's really disgusting to me. And it's also sad because our people didn't consent to this project. Our people were against the creation of this dam, and our people knew how detrimental it would be to the lake and to the fish and to the people. But here they are celebrating. And also this was the first Bureau of Reclamation project within the country. And so the theft of water started here at Derby Dam. There's like 1905 and 1907. Yeah, within that 2-year timeline. Okay, next one. So these are our Kuyui species, and we're known as the Kuyui Takata back home. We're known as the Kuyui eaters. And they've always been a staple for our people for thousands of years. And I really appreciated, the presentation before we were talking about fish, because I just love fish so much. But these are very special. And this is the first fish that was placed on the endangered species list after the 1973. 1973? Yeah, okay. And so because what's really interesting about the Kuyui is that they have these really long lifespans, and so they can live, average lifespan is probably 45 to 50 years old, but there have been some that are dated to like 65 years of age. And because they have these long lifespans and a mixture of other things, they were able to survive that decline with the lake. And they're still on the endangered species list. And so although we are known as the Kuyui eaters, we can't actually eat the Kuyui because they are endangered. Our tribe is able to get like a special take permit each year where we can harvest Kuyui and get them through the fisheries, and we can use that for our cultural practices or cultural gatherings where our people can't eat the fish, but we can't just go out and catch these fish. Okay, so are you able to pull up the video then? Okay, so this takes us to the work that we're doing now. And we're gonna show you some drone footage, but we're community organizers. We do a lot of work trying to educate folks within the Truckee Meadows area, within the watershed, because there's still a lot of people who live up in Tahoe, who live in Truckee, and even in Reno, who don't even know we exist down at the terminal end out at Pyramid Lake. I've never heard of Pyramid Lake before. So that's a huge issue. And currently we're dealing, not we, but the cities of Reno and Sparks and Washoe County are not providing adequate services for people living within the area, specifically houseless people. There's no access to affordable housing, no access to a lot of services that folks require. And it's a big issue. And so because of colonization, right, our people have been displaced from this area. Our people were removed from these waterways. We have these big, massive cities that were built. And because of it, we're ending up with a lot of waste along the river. And so this drone footage was taken just this past Saturday. We had a river cleanup. And you can see the amount of trash that we're dealing with. So that's a before, this is after. And this is within 4 hours of picking up trash. And so we started this program, River Justice, to physically remove waste from the riverways because we do not want it to end up at Pyramid Lake. We don't want that coming down, floating downstream, affecting our fisheries and also our people because they do present health issues. And we don't want that bioaccumulation of nutrients to happen within the river and the lake. And so I'll pass it on to my mom, but we started this program and this happened. My mom, it was her birthday in February of 2021. And she had this idea of like, let's go pick up trash. And it just turned into so much more. But it's really beautiful to see the amount of community involvement. But also when you're seeing this, like this is desecration to the land. And this, like, it makes me feel really sick to see this, and so the work that we're doing, like the county, the cities, they have money to do all of this work and they're not putting in the effort or the resources to remove this waste along the river, right? They're not putting in the effort to provide permanent housing for people so that this doesn't happen. And this is a big issue and a big concern of ours. But I'll go ahead and pass it to my mom.
So I'm sure like everybody knows the reasons for environmental justice. It's Indigenous people that live downstream that have to live, work, and play within the communities that are being impacted. And here, it's a really interesting situation, Terry, especially when it's not LAWP that is upstream. They're downstream and they're controlling. So it's really, really interesting. Whereas we look at the environmental justice issues up in Lake Tahoe and the headwaters of those waters begin there, and then they continue on through Reno Sparks, and the Native people, the Indigenous communities have to deal with all of the impacts, all of the decisions that are being made within those areas, and we have to realize and it's always important for me to say that the environmental justice movement was not created by white people. It was created by Black, Indigenous, and people of color, because of the fact that we have to live, work, and play within all of these areas, and there was a need to oppose some of these impacts that were happening to our communities. So it was Indigenous people and Black people that were working really early on and trying to fight these real difficult times. So I want to share that with you. With river justice, it's a really important part of this problem that we're seeing upstream next. So when we look at river justice, what is it? It's an Indigenous-led project which protects the Truckee River from harmful, toxic, and increasing impacts to downstream Indigenous communities and their way of life. So we see human waste, we see solid waste, hazardous waste, and animal waste going down. And it's just like, well, what is happening? It's just really crazy. Like, these things are allowed to happen next. And so we began looking at some of these problems, right, in 2020, and the actual projects began in 2021. And on February 4th, that was my birthday. And I said, hey, you know, we should go out and make burritos and give them out to houseless communities, and let's go ahead and create these alliances so we can, you know, grab trash from them. And so we had a group meeting, and that's how we started. So we know that there are impacts to what is happening upstream to Indigenous people. We know that there's threatened and endangered fish, and we do know that there's water quality issues and the cultural values downstream. We have to consider, you know, the Native people that are making baskets that have to shave off the bark with their teeth, and the Native people that are going out to pray like every single month, collecting water to pray with. Those are a part of the water quality standards that are within the tribe's water quality standards. It's a ceremonial use, and that was written within the beneficial uses. So that's what they use today. Now we're also thinking about what was happening with that created this problem, and it was actual the onset of the pandemic back in 2020. So you can go to the next slide, and then might jump. Yeah, so back on March 11th, 2020, Governor Sisolak had created a home order, and he stated that non-essential people were gonna, you know, stay home. And then there was also this particular declaration didn't apply to house. But when that began, there was problems that occurred within all of the services, meaning that there was a collapse within the food sector, the healthcare sector, solid waste, and probably the economic sector and the social sector as well. So there were so many impacts where at the time when this was happening, we didn't really understand exactly what was happening with the coronavirus. and people were still trying to figure out, how we're supposed to take care of that. And can you go back up to the first, the slide before this one? It's out of order. So we look at these problems, the access to healthcare, access to essential phone services. There was high unemployment during that time. There was a mental health issues, a housing crisis, wealth disparity, and heavy addiction. Those were some of the things that we were seeing as part of the rubble that we're going through when we're doing river justice. And the problem with the single use plastics was a huge problem because they were trying to figure out, ways to reduce the amount of spread of the coronavirus. So you could see that a lot of the problems were just managing waste. So we were seeing all of these things that were coming down the river, and there was a need to go out there and try and do something about it. Well, who were the people that are polluting these waters, and why are they able to do it? So go to the next slide. Oh, on the next slide. Yeah, here. So this is Lake Tahoe on July the 4th. And so this is what we call the elite. Wonderful people that have privatized property on stolen lands. And so we see this, glamorous way of living, and this ultimate respect for indigenous lands. And so why is this allowed to happen? And no fines, nothing, no complaints, nothing said about the doing away with the 4th of July event. So next. And then we also think that it falls to all classes of our communities. Why are all classes allowed to pollute? How are they given the right to live on an indigenous river and these indigenous homelands that belong to the Northern Paiute and the Washoe people? And that was the last. Yeah. So anyway, that is the end of our presentation. I want to thank everyone for listening to our presentation, and I really look forward to spending more time down here. I don't know how many times we've been down here this year, but we're always willing to make the drive down. And but I do have like a lot of passion for the fish that you speak about as well, and also with a lot of the water quality and water quantity issues that you guys are facing. So it's an environmental justice issue, definitely.
We've got time for just a few questions before we have to move on to Kyle, but I'll go Terry, and then I see you, Kendall.
Thank you, Autumn and Beverly, for all your work that you're doing up there. I follow some of what you guys do, and I, just want to personally thank you for having compassion for the unhoused people, because, that a lot of them, that's not their choice to be there. And I've seen that you guys have gone out and fed them and taken them hot drinks, when it's winter, and clothing and sleeping bags and stuff. And, we can't forget about those people as well. But, I do agree that there needs to be like more resources to help them, to be in homes and houses, and, at the very least, like facilities, porta potties, trash bins, things like that. And then I thought it was really interesting, your slide about Lake Tahoe. Like, I'm sure the county and the state has money to clean up, their beaches that make money for them. So some of those resources need to go, downstream in the unhoused area where you guys are out there, picking up trash and, who knows what else. Needles, like, I don't know, you're putting yourselves in danger, but it is, important work that does need to be done. And hopefully we can all join in and help you sometime.
Yeah, so I think, it's really important is to be critical, right? And to show the images of Lake Tahoe and to show what it looks like on the river, because you have the way that society views people, right? Society usually views houseless people as like being down here, the elite, the rich people are higher up and are more of a priority. And we try to be really critical of that and remind folks that there's no difference. And especially when we're thinking about the folks who are living along the river in tents, right? But then you have folks who have $1 million mansions right along the river too, and they're also creating and generating waste. Like, there's no difference there. And all of us generate waste every single day. And the big difference is that each week, especially people in Reno, they have a big dump truck that comes every week to take their waste away. And we're probably generating a lot more waste than these people here. So we're constantly questioning these things and reminding people to, especially if they're going to participate in our cleanups, to not have any of that judgment, because we're also creating our own waste as well.
Kendall from Owens Valley Indian Water Commission. Thank you, Bev and Autumn, for all the work that you continue to do. I had a question about you. You talked about unemployment within those areas are contributing to a lot of this justice work that you're continuing to do. I guess my question has to go along the lines of what about the underemployed or people that have to work more than one job to be able to live there, and in some of the essential services they're not able to get, working in those jobs. And I'm wondering about illegal dumping. Is that a big issue as well that you're facing as one of the areas that, there by the river?
I think that there's also been a lot done in the past. I know, like within tribal services, there's been GPS taken on all of these satellite dumps. And I know that is happening, but I don't know like the current solid waste issue on like off surface water areas, like off of the river and off of the lake. So I don't know exactly what is happening, but I think it's also important to, when you're working with your tribes to, develop as many resources as you can to guard against some of these solid waste pollution. So, making sure that you know how to, fly a handheld, like a remote helicopter, and making sure that you develop those skill sets so that you can learn how to work a drone and bring that type of skill set to your reservation. We are going to be having a drone pilot training. It's going to be coming up within 3 or 4 more weeks, and this is to build capacity for tribes, so then you can engage, learn how to run your drone, Noah, down the valley and figure out these areas where some of the irrigation canals used to be. So that might be a potential solution. Kendall, and you are all always welcome to come in and enjoy the training services or some of the trainings that we put on. Thank you so much.
All right. Up next, we have Kyle Roerink, the Great Basin Water Network. Kyle was here last year and he's a rock star as well. So we're lucky to have him return, make the great journey out here. And he has some great things to share with us today. So here you go. Here's Kyle.
I need to be conscious. Bev reminded me last night, sometimes when I'm next to a microphone, it can like rumble. Well, I will try and keep this brief, but first and foremost, I'm grateful to be here on Indigenous lands with so many great leaders like yourself, Terry, and just everyone else here. Wendy and Allison, and thank you for spearheading this, and just really grateful. And I will be quick. And there's I just feel like I am so constantly drinking from a fire hose, and we're dealing with shifting baselines and paper water gymnastics, all these threats of mitigation. And it's a bit of an irony, but being here in Paihunadu talking about mitigation, it's really where my organization was born, was fighting mitigation. And so to be here, to be able to talk with you all about it is really special. And it's, having, I have a lot of gratitude, and Sophia and Meg, and, the work you all did last year and ongoing to help just keep this moving. My gratitude is endless for you all. So I could just stand up here and thank everybody individually. A lot of inspiration, and Bev and Autumn, thank you for always being there. And I just wanted to say one more thing, that we're here about connection, and I have policy stuff we can talk about. Y'all can talk with me about it later. I'd rather just talk with you all, because we're all fighting so much garbage. We can talk about it and how to be better at it, but we're here about connection. And when I think about last year's summit, I think about NOAA at a monitoring well near Fish Springs, and just doing it, just showing me hey, this is what we do. This is how we do our monitor. And that really it triggered a number of things for me, but it triggered about well, how do we do this? With a lot of the indigenous communities I partner with in Eastern Nevada and Western Utah, who we've been able to develop relationships with through a variety of reasons and work together. But it was through, watching you work that well, Noah, I was thinking well, this man is a technician, and this man is native to these lands and waters and understands them better than anyone else. And what is so important about that and having those skill sets is that knowledge is going to be passed down and shared far and wide. And that's what this is all about, making these connections. And for me to see that is extremely important. And so, again, just grateful for your leadership. And what this all really comes down to, and I'll fly through my presentation, and I promise it all comes down to accountability. How do we hold people accountable? And one of my board members is here, Ann Brower. They've spent 35 years, trying to hold the Southern Nevada Water Authority accountable. And so it's just, how do we account for accountability under the systems and frameworks that are existing? It's really hard, but there's I do a lot of work on the Colorado River. I'm I can't even describe it right now. And thinking about that, what are the connections to the Great Basin? Well, I think about Paihunadu all the time when I think about the Colorado River, because everyone says, let's cut California's allocation. And I say, oh, you want to cut California's allocation? So how are they going to make up for that water? Where are they going to go? Where are they going to go? What are they going to do? And I think, again, we're all connected in this way. And so what do the laws say about this? We can go to the next slide. And we can talk, let's just talk about it, when I'm not up here. But these are some of the basics to consider. These statutes if you're interested in the laws of water appropriation, like in the Mountain West, this is kind of what I believe to be the foundation. NRS 533-370 Section 2 in Utah, 7338, very similar to Arizona, Chapter 45. California is in a world of its own. Like, I don't care about Sigma. Like, you tell me Sigma's like a great law, like I will fight with you all day on that, because it is not a great law right now. When you can still drill anywhere you want without actually like having to file a permit and answer some really basic questions about what is available. Will there be conflicts with existing rights? And is it in the public interest, the public welfare, or in Arizona, will it be a menace to the public? I love that statutory construct. And I think California is, their construct is really like deeply rooted in the mining era and like the heart of colonization in the West, in riparian law. And it is I would say, yeah, it's just a mess. And I'm really interested in talking more about this. What types of campaigns do we need to, protect some of the tenets, like of, maybe go to the next slide. The difference between surface and groundwater. Yeah, like some of this stuff here is, again, there are a lot of different things, but there are just these basic principles of what's available, what would be conflict, is it in the public interest? And like, again, California, it has pre-1849 and pre-1914, post-1914, prescriptive, appropriative. It does get very complicated. And yeah, and same in other statutory constructs, vested and pre-statutory rights and what that means. And I think this valley is truly unique in and of itself in terms of how things are allocated. This region is completely in and of itself in a different world. And Sally, you can stop me if or anyone else, if that's crazy. But go to the next. Big provisions everyone talks about. We always talk about beneficial use and prior appropriation. I do like to focus on prior appropriation. Everyone says, well, we need to do away with prior appropriation. But I actually like, especially looking at the Colorado River, if we were to do away with prior appropriation, then what we're actually saying is like, well, all the indigenous communities that have really strong entitlements that give them the ability right now to potentially go to Congress, hopefully get to Congress and say, we need a settlement agreement. We need that. We need an adjudication. You're kind of throwing that out the window if you say, let's do away with prior appropriation. Beneficial use, we can say the same thing. Well, like, yeah, you pick your poison. Like, a lot of people want to criticize alfalfa. You can criticize anything that you want. But, I think really what we need to be talking about is things like in-stream flows really need to be solidified as legitimate beneficial uses. Because that, I think, like, yeah, let's talk about what a beneficial use is. And then let's connect it to the public interest. Let's talk about that. So keep going. Yeah, as I mentioned in those statutes that were listed earlier on, like I think these are pretty good foundational things. How they have been applied is the problem. So the crux of my ramblings, desultorous ramblings, ultimately, you can go to the next one. Yeah, and I mentioned these already. I think these are always good considerations when we're talking about what appropriations are, that like these provisions exist. So how do we better define them as activists? How do we push those limits as activists? What do we need to be doing in front of regulators? What do we need to be doing in front of legislators? What do we need to be doing in courts? Very important. Go on. I keep bouncing around here. Yeah, we can talk more for the remainder of these days about how California is kind of garbage right now. And, as like lawmakers, pat themselves on the back for Sigma. good start, I guess. I don't know. I don't want to be too, brutal if there's anyone in here who worked on it. But yeah, like again, and then you're working within really terrible confines. And so, but then there are also some, like some other things to consider. Go ahead. Yeah, I think, and like I talk about groundwater a lot because that's the world we live in the Great Basin. I think of the Great Basin from Mount Whitney to Mount Wheeler to the Wasatch Front, everything in between. We don't have a ton of big surface water flows like other regions. As we'll hear about, some of our surface flows are, they're underground. We have underground rivers, underground remains of Lake Bonneville, underground remains of Lake Lahontan. So, we're still grappling with it. It's just like, it wasn't that long ago where we were at the Model T, as it relates to like cars. And here we are today with, Teslas or whatever people are talking about. But look at the damage that's been done. And I think the same thing could be said about groundwater pumping. It's just like in the 1940s and 50s, it was pioneered. Here we are today. Half of Nevada's groundwater basins are over-appropriated, over-accounted for on paper. Over-pumped, it's a little less. We're still trying to figure that out, and that's part of the problem. Go ahead. Yeah, and I think one of the reasons why I talk about those statutory constructs in the context of mitigation is this question of availability. Is water available? Is water available? The reason why entities want to mitigate, at least the way it's been in Nevada, is, well, yeah, there's not water available, but we have this wonderful project that we want to get upon. So let's mitigate. We'll mitigate. We promise. We pinky swear. We'll spit shake, and we'll get you. We'll make up any conflicts that exist. We promise you. And I think that's the heart of the issue here. And we're going to be dealing with it more and more and more and more. We're going to be dealing. And so obviously, again, love being in this environment to talk about how mitigation isn't effective. This is ground zero for why mitigation is not effective. And that's why it's so important. And I'm so grateful for all of you who are doing the work year after year after year after year after year, to demonstrate that. So go to the next slide, please. So finally, what is accountability? And I think that's what I just, we'll start the conversation today. I don't have all the answers, but this is where we need to go, and we need to figure it out. And I think if we have the foundations, we'll be able to apply them in any statutory construct, or at least ask for them in any statutory construct. But I just always go back to these questions. Is water available? Will there be a conflict? And is it in the public interest? And how do we better understand that? I don't know. I have ideas, but I'm at the point now where it's just like I'm engaging in a lot of regulatory actions throughout Nevada, throughout Utah, and just protesting. Just protest. We'll figure it out. We'll figure out the legal strategy if it has to go there. It's a good way to test, like, what hydrology do you have? Like, when you want to fight water projects, you need to know what exists. And if you don't have that on hand, it's very difficult. Again, why what I was talking about with NOAA is so important. Having the understanding of what actually exists gives you the best ability to fight. So, is there anything left? Is that done? There we go. What can we do? I think, yeah, to try and make sense again of my ramblings is, like, I think we need to be talking more about connectivity. The Nevada legislature this year completely, did not want to pass a bill that would have recognized connectivity between surface and groundwater. That's a big problem in areas where there's a lot of pumping and springs and other resources. waters that pass, trans basin waters. I think if we want to talk about senior rights, we got to talk about indigenous communities first. We're seeing that on the Colorado River. We're seeing it in our fight against Cedar City. I think we need better monitoring regimes. Those are things that we can ask for. In mining, this whole notion of temporary rights, insane. Like you can have a mine for 50 years, like dewatering for a long time, completely altering a groundwater system. That's just temporary. Well, temporary for whom? I mean, temporary maybe for like a bristlecone pine, but I don't. We must ask, what is a reasonable lowering of groundwater table in Western states? Not in California, you don't even get that here. What is a reasonable lowering of the groundwater table? Pumping is allowed to reasonably lower something. Again, shifting baseline. You have pumping for 70 years, and then more and more wells come online. Like, how much has the water table actually lowered? So what is reasonable? Like, one regulator's opinion of it 70 years ago is different. And baseline protections, in-stream flows, how do we do this in legislatures? What do we need to do with regulators and courts? These are things that we'll all be talking about for years to come, but I think we're all connected here. We're going to stay together. We're going to be together. And so I'm here to talk about it. Hopefully we can commit to doing more things together on a larger regional scale. That's all I have. So thank you.
I know. I was going to say we have time for a couple questions, and then he ran away. He said, no, we don't. We are running late. It's true. Maybe he's trying to keep me in line, but we'll do 2 questions and just run a little late. It'll happen.
I actually just wanted to make a quick point to underline one of your points. Another one of FOI staff members went to a meeting of some stakeholders on the Ridgecrest field office, not too long ago, and overheard a conversation where somebody from a desert area that shall remain nameless, Indian Wells Valley, was complaining that, they were having trouble getting the water that they needed. And like a big part of the problem is Inyo County won't give us any water. And there's a couple of things that are just, appalling there. First of all, they don't understand the situation we're facing here, but also just the sense of entitlement, that the municipality, like I have people that want to use water to do something like grow pistachios, and it needs to come from somewhere. Like, rather than we need to orient our activities around sustainable freshwater use. That's not even on the agenda as like an option for how to approach this. So just underlining your point that we're just, appropriating water that doesn't exist or, that will cause severe detriment for somewhere else, and just the sense of entitlement that municipalities have to do that.
All too well about that sense of entitlement.
Okay, how do you manage groundwater pumping in reasonable, whatever it's called, drawdown? The attempt in the Owens Valley with the long-term water agreement was good, not necessarily how it's been implemented, but the idea is we have the city of Los Angeles here for a long time. They got 3 million customers. How do we tell them they can't have any water? We can't. So they started groundwater pumping seriously in 1970. So the idea was you manage the groundwater by allowing temporary drawdown. The idea is in drought years, when the runoff is lower, you can use that groundwater that's stored there, but there's a limit, and then you let it come back before you pump again. That's the general idea. It's temporary drawdown, not too far, so it affects the groundwater dependent vegetation, and then you must let it come back up before you pump again. That's the general idea in order to accommodate the millions of people that need the water.
And that's conjunctive management. That's like textbook conjunctive management, but that often gets corrupted and bastardized by interests that just want more and more and more. So that's what we're dealing with. And again, it all goes back to how do we hold people accountable so that doesn't happen. And that's why we are here.
All right, we have one final question from our folks on Zoom, and Jaime will read it out for us, and then we'll move on to Mason.
Yeah, this is a question from Seal Klinger. Much of Paiute has been essentially excluded from SGMA and groundwater export regulations because the valley is supposedly adjudicated wherever LADWP holds land. What can those of us in Inyo County do to be included in negotiations over laws and protections that apply to the rest of the state?
I would defer to one of the experts in the room on that one, because that sounds like a legal morass to wade into. But I think really it starts with the legislature, and it starts with the Water Control Board in the state. You need more accountability here, and unfortunately, we're under a set of laws that weren't written by the folks locally. And that's the challenge. I don't know. You got to deal with Allison. That's not legal. That's politics. It is. Always a pleasure.
Jolie here. I've known you for a bit now. Great to see you. I know that you've been doing a lot of work with tribes and tribal community members, and I want to know what it is that you've learned and working, because I hear talk about like a sense of entitlement to like water, but I want to know what you as a white person, think about your own sense of entitlement and what you've learned from working with Native communities about how to be a co-conspirator.
Joe, that's the seminal question you ask yourself every time go out and do the work that I do. I mean, I think I've learned what being privileged really is, and am not scared to talk about it. But I've also learned about the generosity, the knowledge, the wisdom of Native people, and believe in it, to my core. And you've heard me say this before. When I was in DC working disillusioned, and I was at a desk thinking, God, like I want to move back west, and I want to go back and help tribes. And so I moved back west, and what did I realize? I realized that it was Native people helping me, become, a better version of myself. And so that's what I've learned. And, a lot of that, started with the Harry family and with folks like the late Rupert Steele and Spilsbury's, and so many people who love dearly. That's how I would answer that. Can't say no to Kimball.
Cal, I just had a question about the recent decision with the Navajo Nation, the Supreme Court decision. And have you worked with any tribes who are really kind of looking at that and harder, and have facing any pushback from other like states and institutions that are using that as a way to get more water?
Oh yeah. I mean, there are a lot of conversations. I think the Navajo Nation is looking at filing some type of petition that would begin, hopefully beginning to change the impacts of that decision. But it was damning, inevitably, and there's a lot of work to be done on it. And folks are definitely looking hard at it. Scary. Basically on the Colorado River and the Navajo case that related to the federal government's obligations to provide resources to Native communities in order to develop their water resources. And so what the federal government basically said was that they were, they put boxes around what they were obligated to deliver from a resource perspective, money, largely, and to help deliver that water.
I know, I'm sorry to be the bad guy. We're having too much fun. All of these things really could take hours long workshops. I know we had one of those questions about how do we actually get involved in Sigma and not be cut out of it. And oh man, that's a week-long conference. But without further ado, here is Mason of the Amargosa Conservancy, and thank you for your patience.
Hi, everybody. I know we're running behind, so definitely we're going to kind of truck through this, but just want to start by saying it's such an honor to be here, sharing air with so many just amazing activists. And I think we probably do need a week maybe next year, and ideally outside, close to water and fish, and that way we can really just get into these issues because there's so much to talk about. So today what I want to talk about is to zoom back in a little bit on a particular conflict in Nevada that my organization has been involved in now for the better part of 6 months, and I think it's significant because it's a microcosm of a lot of these issues coming to a real head in an area with a tremendous amount to lose, so to speak. So first of all, who here is familiar with the Amargosa River or has been out to the Amargosa before? Right, actually there's new people, great. I would say 90% of my job probably is just bringing the Amargosa to people that have never heard the word before. So we're just grateful to be here as partners on the far side of Death Valley. And today I'm going to talk about the fight to save Ash Meadows, which is on the Nevada side of the watershed. Next slide, please. First, just want to acknowledge that the Amargosa Basin is the traditional homelands of the Timbisha Shoshone, the Southern Paiute, and the Niue and Nuwu peoples. Next slide. So I'm not going to get into all of these areas, I think, with the time I have today, but we're going to talk a little bit about this really bizarre river in the desert that is the Amargosa. Talk about this crisis unfolding out of sight that's been plaguing the Amargosa and many of our areas for decades, including this Owens Valley, which is groundwater depletion. And then we're going to talk about this fight that we're waging against a little company called Rover Metals out by Ash Meadows. So the Amargosa Conservancy, we've been around for about 20 years. We work towards a sustainable future for the Amargosa River through science, stewardship, and advocacy. And we are first and foremost functionally a water advocacy organization, because as you're about to discover, the Amargosa is water, and specifically groundwater. Next slide, please. So where is the Amargosa? Well, I've got a map here over here on the right. The Amargosa is described as starting in the mountains of western Nevada. The headwaters are considered to be around Beatty. It flows for about 185 miles through the California desert, through the communities of Shoshone, Tacopa, Death Valley Junction, and then comes to a rest in Badwater Basin in Death Valley National Park. Now, you're probably thinking, like, you've driven through this area. You don't remember seeing a big old river out there. It's because you probably didn't see a big old river out there. The Amargosa is a groundwater system. It is the terminus of a vast carbonated aquifer underlying the Death Valley region. It is the expression of a lot of different basins in Nevada draining into this lowest point. And so it's been kind of dubbed the peekaboo or hide and seek river. Now you see it, now you don't. During big flood events like we had this summer season, it did flow for much of that 180-mile course in spectacular fashion. But for the most part, what the Amargosa is this big interconnected system of springs, wetlands, and riparian areas in one of the hottest, driest places on the planet. And so that should kind of tell you almost everything you need to know about how special this place is. It is perennial water in the Mojave Desert. And that gives rise to an incredible suite of both cultural and biological values. Next slide, please. So this is just an image of contrast. Most of the time you can't see the Amargosa. If you get up in an airplane though and fly over the course, you go, oh yeah, there's a river flowing through here. It spends most of that journey underground, and you can just see the contrast it strikes between these areas and this, absolutely, harsh, arid, scorching climate that the Mojave Desert's known for. Next slide. But where the Amargosa does come to the surface, it does so in spectacular fashion in this verdant, lush, green habitat. And because of these isolated habitat areas, this is the Amargosa Canyon out by Tacoma, California. We have one of the highest concentrations of endemic species in North America. Over 60 species only live in the Amargosa. We have fish, plants, mammals, amphibians, and vertebrates that live nowhere else on the planet. And 25 of those are protected as threatened or endangered because of how constrained their habitat is. It's also incredibly important bird habitat as a crucial stopover point for migratory birds moving across the desert who depend on these habitat areas and water holes for their migration to be successful. Next slide, please. My favorite feature of the Amargosa, and what we're going to talk about today, are desert springs. The Amargosa is replete with a huge network of springs, and I like to think about these as windows into an ancient world. Like what we're doing when we come upon a spring in the Amargosa is we're looking into, it's a window into that carbonate aquifer. This is ancient water. This is fossil water that fell largely as snow and rain back in the Pleistocene. Our hydrologists that do isotope testing, our younger springs in the region are 7,000 years old. Our oldest ones we think are 70,000 plus year old water coming out of the ground. So to Kyle's point, and to all the presentations today, imagine managing a system in which we're working on a time horizon that we generally, especially as modern human beings, are not really good at thinking on. I can barely imagine 70 years, let alone 7,000 or 70,000. So this is one of the most remarkable features of the Amargosa. These are incredibly important cultural sites, and they're, of course, incredibly important biodiversity sites as well. Next slide. And they support this rich network of what we call living relics. These are species that have been evolving separately in isolation for millennia since the Mojave Desert climate changed about 14,000 years ago. And this is the reason why my organization exists for a large part, is these species like the Amargosa nidorwort. You've got the Amargosa voehl, which is the most endangered mammal on the planet, considered to be. It's awfully cute too. It's easy to love. And we have these remarkable species of fish, pupfish and dace primarily, that live in these waterways. And some of these species, like the bottom right is the devil's hole pupfish, the infamous devil's hole pupfish, which lives in a single spring in the heart of Ash Meadows National Wildlife Refuge, which we're going to talk about in a moment. Next slide, please. It's also, of course, a place to call home. This is the traditional homelands of the Timbisha Shoshone, Southern Paiute, and the Chemehuevi people as well. And of course, those people still live in this place. This is still their land. And they, these springs and these areas hold a very special cultural significance to them as well, which frankly, I learn more and more about the more we get to spend time with them in these areas. Next slide, please. It's also home to around 40,000 people in the community spread across the watershed in Beatty, Pahrump, and Crystal, and Amargosa Valley in Nevada. Then we have Furnace Creek, Shoshone, Tacoma, and Charleston View in California. These are marginalized communities, incredibly impoverished, well above the national averages for poverty rates. And these are frontline communities. They live in an extremely inhospitable place, and they all fundamentally depend on this resource, the Amargosa River, for everything, for their lives and livelihoods. In fact, in Tacoma, California, their drinking water is non-potable. 6 years ago, our organization got funding to put in a reverse osmosis water kiosk like you'd find in a grocery store. That is the only source of drinking water for this community. Otherwise, they have to travel to Pahrump, Nevada for water. And so imagine that on the edge of Death Valley National Park, this community is dependent on a 5x5 shack that dispenses clean water. So these are certainly frontline communities in these areas. Next slide, please. So now let's talk about a crisis unfolding out of sight for these lands and these communities. The Amargosa has a really sorry history of overpumping of groundwater on the Nevada side. In the Pahrump Valley Aquifer, which is a major source of water into the Amargosa Wild and Scenic River in California, back in the 1950s, the Nevada State Engineer was allowing up to 60,000 acre feet of pumping for almost a decade. Our best estimate is that it's probably closer to 22,000 acre feet of perennial yield in Pahrump Valley. So they were outstripping the aquifer's ability to recharge at a rate 3 times over. And we are seeing the effects of that now. In fact, our hydrologists think we're seeing springs down gradient of the Pahrump Valley in California. That used to be, in talking to locals, they used to go swimming in these springs in the summer because they were deep enough to swim in. Now there's no surface expression at all. The springs are just gone, they're dry. And so we think it's as a result of the history of overpumping, which while has been brought into better balance, is still significantly out of balance on the Nevada side. And of course, Kyle referred to the issues we have on the California side with continued destruction of this hydrological system, changing things in ways we don't yet fully understand. That's coupled now with kind of present day increased development pressures. Pahrump Valley is growing. It's a bedroom community to Las Vegas. People can't afford to live in Las Vegas. They want to go live in Pahrump. They can sink their well down, and every well in Pahrump has an almost unlimited amount of water entitled to it. And on paper, it's 2 acre-feet per domestic well, but we have no way of knowing whether they're exceeding that or not. In fact, we think it's likely that those are being exceeded across the board. And then the real scary thing, which I want to just focus the rest of my talk on, is this torrent of extraction on the horizon. If you're looking for a microcosm for where the renewable energy transition and the decarbonized economy transition is colliding with our biodiversity crisis and extinction crisis and environmental justice crisis, I'd say it's Nevada as just on a state level. And within Nevada, I think I can make a pretty good argument that Amargosa Valley is the collision zone for all of these things right now. There is tens of thousands of acres of proposed renewable energy development right now in the Amargosa Valley. We have transmission infrastructure projects. Greenlink West is the biggest one. It's going to come right on through, and that's going to be the tie-in for all these projects. And then we have huge projects that threaten groundwater, and especially proposed mining. And that is really the fight that we're waging right now, is proposed mining in this area. Next slide, please. So that brings me to this fight we've been in for the last 6 months, involving a Canadian mining company called Rover Metals and a place called Ash Meadows. So this is actually an aerial view of Ash Meadows National Wildlife Refuge. It's 24,000 acres of springs, wetlands, riparian areas. It's the largest oasis in the Mojave Desert. And a mining company, we caught wind of a plan in which they want to do exploratory drilling for lithium on the northernmost boundary of the refuge. And that's really where we come in. So next slide, please. A little bit about Ash Meadows and why it's so special. There's a whole story to be told about how it came to be a refuge, but it became a refuge in 1984. It is home to 26 species in that 24,000 acre area that only live in Ash Meadows. 12 of those are already protected as threatened or endangered for obvious reasons. They live in an extremely precarious environment that is entirely tied to groundwater management. It's called the Galapagos of the desert. This is the highest local concentration of endemic species in North America. So it is an extremely important place biologically. It also has an extremely rich cultural history as well. Next slide. So we caught wind of this little project called Let's Go Lithium. And we were pretty lucky to catch this one. It was filed earlier this spring as a notice of intent filed to the BLM. Company just said, hey, we're gonna come in, do exploratory drilling. And what they wanted to do is drill 30 holes to a depth of about 300 feet. And they acknowledged in their paperwork, they expect to hit groundwater in every single hole that they drill in this area. And several of these, this stake right here, Stake I, is within about 1,400 feet actually of Fairbanks Spring, which is one of the largest springs in the refuge. It's just dangerously close. And it's home to 2 endangered species of endemic fish. And this is, of course, the exploration is one thing, but this is really the first step towards a industrial mine right next to one of the most biodiverse refuges on the planet. So this didn't sit well with us. And of course, we asked the BLM, well, when can we expect the EA or EIS to come out? And said, oh, this is a notice level operation. Our hands are kind of tied here. As long as they pay their reclamation bond, they can go ahead and start drilling. And so we went, no, this is not okay. I mean, the risks involved just in the exploration of drilling these holes is that if they were to drill down and encounter, especially the carbonate aquifer at that depth and puncture a hole, cause a big dewatering event in this close proximity to the springs, who knows what kind of catastrophic impact that could have. And you can't undo that damage, which we've learned really well in the Amargosa. Once you puncture that aquifer, you're changing things in a way that even the best hydrologists might not be able to predict. So what did we do about it? If you want to go to the next slide. Honestly, this is the map of the project. The black box is their exploration area. The red dots are the borehole locations. Green is the Ash Meadows National Wildlife Refuge. We also have 2 ACECs wrapping around the refuge, which creates somewhat of a buffer. But you can see this is on the northern side of the refuge where we know groundwater is coming in, sustaining these springs. So if you were to put a map in front of me and just say, where's the worst place in the world you can imagine an open pit lithium mining operation? this is probably top 3. I don't know. I mean, maybe number 1. Next slide, please. And so this is what we did about it. Honestly, this is what the situation we were in is this is a notice level exploration project, which most people think you just can't really touch. In Nevada, the most mining friendly state in the US, in Nye County, probably one of the most mining friendly, if not the most mining friendly county in the US. And so we knew the deck was stacked pretty heavily against us here. And we also didn't know when the company was going to start drilling, which makes it really fun. So we had volunteers going out, and I went out, 3 or 4 days a week just to see, like, have they started drilling here or not? What can we do about it if they've started? And so we knew immediately we had to throw the kitchen sink at this. And number 1 priority was just making sure people knew about it. Because that's the problem with a lot of these exploration projects. We're lucky to catch this one because we pay attention to these things really closely. Had we not, I mean, this company just could have gone out and then in the middle of the night, drilled these holes, and that would have been that. So the first priority for us was just to get into these spaces and make sure the local community was made aware of this. And honestly, this was the scary part for us of going into the local communities, especially in Nye County, who, conservation is a 4-letter word to these folks. Now, I thought I was going to get tarred and feathered in these meetings, but it was important to me, I think, and one thing I want to, just kind of share and use this term co-resistors. This is where we had to kind of take a gamble on this and say, you know what, we could come in and it's likely these companies or these communities just tell us to go away and that they're supportive of the project. It's economic development. And we'd have to live with that, but at least we'd done our job in making them aware. And I think we were shocked to find that not only did that not happen, we were welcomed into these spaces because it turns out these communities there's a long tradition, especially in this area, where the communities feel like everything is happening to them and not with them. And nowhere is this probably more true than in Amargosa Valley, where all of this proposed development is coming down the pike. And it feels like there are pressures and systems above these communities making these decisions for them. And we did not want to be a part of that legacy. I think we as environmentalists can fall prey to that sometimes, especially when we're in an urgent situation. We react strongly and we just try to find some kind of end run goal that's going to fix the situation. But I think in this case, we were welcomed into these spaces because finally someone asked these communities what they thought about it. And turned out all of them across the board opposed this project because of concerns to water. Maybe they don't share the same love and affection we do of the refuge, but they were concerned about what this would mean for their water, depended on by these communities and especially by the Timbisha Shoshone tribe. Honestly, if anyone made this happen and we got the result that we wanted, which is no surprise, we actually were able to stop this project, it's because the Timbisha Shoshone put a letter in the hand of Deb Holland's staff saying, please pay attention to this. So that was a lot of lessons learned for us was honestly, if there was power built in this campaign, it was because we simply made people aware of it. And that's kind of most of our job, it turns out. So after all of this fit we threw over the summer, next slide, please. We got a great outcome. The BLM turned about and said, you know what, this is a problem. You're right. There are potential impacts to endangered species, potential impacts to communities. And so now they're requiring Rover to go through the NEPA process. As most of you know, a delay in this world is often a win. This brought us a little bit of time to kind of catch our breath and see what would happen next. Next slide, please. And then we can go with actually the next one after this. So we thought the company might just go away after the kind of tongue licking we gave them about how foolish this project was. And then they go ahead and post this on their website last month, depicting this is what an open pit mine will look like. They've also expanded their exploration area, another 2,400 acres. Why not? So clearly they are not getting the message. They are out of touch with really what the community thinks about this. And so this is sort of like what we're up against now. Next slide, please. And the truth is, I mentioned this is a microcosm. This is the first bad project like this, and we've gotten attention on it. It is not going to be the last. Probably not the last in the Amargosa. Certainly not the last in Nevada. And this is going to be the situation we're all going to be in the West, probably for the next couple of decades, is we're going to be responding to really bad projects like this. And it puts us in a weird place because, of course, this is a lithium project, right? And we're now seen from the environmental communities being anti-progressive. And that's going to be a bear to message around. But honestly, I think if we can, for us, it comes down to this is not about anti-mining. It's not about anti-lithium. It's just about we have to get this transition really right because we have too much to lose if we get it not right, so to speak. So these are all the mining claims around Ash Meadows. This is just the first one to come online, but it won't be the last. And so we're reckoning with this now as a community of what are we going to do about this? What can we do about this? Next slide, please. And also, in talking about what might come next in this fight to save Ash Meadows, for me, you know, there's an impulse again to kind of find the Hail Mary solution. Like, what can we do just to take this off the table, make it as hard as possible for this company to get this project through NEPA? We've been taking our time the last few months to make sure that we understand what the community wants, because, you know, I have my own ideas of what could happen here, but honestly, it matters more to me. You know, what do the Timbisha Shoshone want to see, not just with this project, but what is this land going to become? And I think, you know, that's opened our eyes to, we need to keep a lot of, like, we have to have short-term plans and long-term plans for how do we get off the, you know, defensive footing we're on in reacting to these things and being proactive and just making sure they're not possible to begin with. And a lot of that's just going to come down to, you know, the what can we do to make sure the water continues to flow into areas where it needs to continue to flow. So we are in the process of finally, I think, launching a campaign. I can talk, and Ken and we'll talk about this throughout the day if you want to find time with me. But we think we can. We've got a path here to getting administrative mineral withdrawal, or an area to protect the in-stream flows necessary for Ash Meadows. That's kind of, we're moving into some untested territory here, but I think we've got a strong argument because of what Ash Meadows is and why it matters to everyone so much. So I think a lot of, not only in this situation, but I think across the West, we're going to set a lot of new precedents, and we should try to set a lot of new precedents in the next 5 to 10 years, because that's the only way to change, you know, the status quo that we're all, you know, living in and keeping us up at night. Next slide, please. So this is Fairbanks Spring. The good news is I've noticed that, like, if I can bring people out to Fairbanks Spring and we hang out for 20 minutes, I don't even have to say a thing. People just kind of understand, like, oh, this is just too precious to sacrifice. And so I think, you know, one thing we just need to be able to do is make sure we can continue to do that with folks, just spending time in these places. I mean, it's the simplest thing in the world, the most obvious, but it's also the most powerful. And next slide, please. And I actually didn't know that Beverly and Autumn would be here today, but, you know, this is when I go into these spaces, especially with the communities, this is honestly kind of the takeaway message is like, look, there's a history here in which community feels like sometimes these endangered species limit their ability to thrive, limit their ability to grow. The truth is, what's good for the fish is good for the people. And these are oftentimes the only things that save us in these situations are the fact that these, you know, have such strong protections. But beyond that, these are bellwethers for ecosystem health. If the pupfish are not faring well, we're not going to fare well. It might take 10 years or 100 years or 1,000 years, but this is the way in which we have to be able to measure health in our watershed. So just want to thank you everyone again for letting me speak to this issue. Find time with me. I'd love to hear your thoughts on all of this, especially if you've worked in mineral withdrawals before. This is a new space for us, but yeah, thanks again. Happy to answer some questions.
All right, we'll go to a couple questions and then we'll let all you hungry people get some food. All right, I see one back there and I have one here with Wendy.
This is actually just a quick comment to support one of your points. And, you know, at Friends of the Inyo, we are also facing the difficult situation of being on the other side of what is being called a renewable energy project. And I want to put this thought out there, and I don't want to claim it because it wasn't mine. I took it from a conversation with Kathy Bancroft when we were talking about mining on Conglomerate Mesa. And it's also struck me with respect to the work with water is that one of the hard jobs for people like everybody in this room that we're going to have over the coming decades is getting the message out in a way that people can hear it without becoming defensive and angry, that the amount of energy we want is not the same thing as the amount of energy we need. And the amount of water we want is not the same thing as the amount of water we need. And that it is nobody's job to fulfill the endless desire of people to have larger and larger cars and more televisions. You know, it's, you know, we just have to think about things in a more sustainable way going forward. That's it. It's a hard message to say, though, without sounding preachy and, you know, getting people defensive.
And I'll just say, I think it's up to us to kind of redefine what the word progress means. I mean, it's really what it comes down to, right? Like, what is our vision for the future? What are we trying to progress towards? And if we can do that, then the message becomes easier.
Thanks so much, Mason, for the presentation and for the good work. I wanted to return a little bit to some of the other development that you're seeing in the Amargosa Valley around renewable energy. And I mean, that, like, when you look at just the amount of solar, the amount of other types of transmission projects, I mean, it's staggering what's going on. And I know the county commission has actually stopped issuing permits because of the feeling that you stated, right, of that this is happening to us instead of with us. And I was curious if there's any conversation about water to that renewable expansion, even in the construction and also, you know, what does it mean to keep all the dust off of all those panels, right? And if that's something you're
You know, I mean, I'm glad you brought it up because honestly, it's my job the last 2 years. Most of it's been throwing in comments on these projects, basically saying, hey, we can't analyze these in isolation. We have to think about cumulative impact, and we have to think about cumulative impact to groundwater because the amount of water it may require to do the dust mitigation and then to clean and maintain tens of thousands of acres of renewable energy is staggering. And the truth is the BLM has woken up to that. In fact, they just went through a prioritization process for 9 applications in the Amargosa Desert. None of those received high prioritization status. Only 3 of them received a medium and the rest received low. And the justification given was impacts to groundwater needed by the refuge and the Devil's Hole were too great. That's a change. And I think it's because we have this kind of, you know, we're getting this momentum built on this issue. But I mean, it certainly is, you know, for us too, I think we're realizing there's no way we can stop all of this. And the communities are waking up to that too. So how then do we get the solar industry with the deep pockets they have to go into these competitive leasing processes and drop $100 million on a solar project? How can we get the communities benefit from those kinds of transactions? Can we get the solar companies to retire water rights as a part of mitigate? I mean, I know we talk, you know, mitigation's a 4-letter word, but you know, if we can get permanent retirement of water rights somehow and get Warren Buffett to pay for it, you know, that's a win. And so I think, you know, I think we're trying at this point to recognize there's a certain amount of this development that's inevitable. Where is the opportunity space right now to ensure that we have as much influence over as we can, and that the communities derive some kind of benefit, knowing that we can't stop it all.
Mason, I have a question. Well, and maybe this is more of help explain to folks about, like, one of the justifications BLM is using to say, hey, we're not going to grant this solar because of groundwater considerations. There has been a lot of monitoring. And I think, you know, in my theme of connectivity today, you know, maybe make the connection there about what has been done to help give us the better baselines in the Mojave.
Yeah, I'm glad I meant to bring this up, Kyle. I mean, you know, I think if my organization for 20 years, I think the main thing we do and have done is find ways to fund hydrologists to continue to study this basin. Because we have to, as Kyle said in his presentation, we have to know what's there in order to have a lever to say, like, why it needs to be defended. And so we know what we do about this part of the basin in part because of Yucca Mountain, the proposed nuclear waste repository. In some ways, this Nevada portion of the Amargosa is one of the most studied hydrological basins in the world. As a result, there's still an awful lot we don't know. And frankly, what we need is both short-term analyses around projects like this, which we have undertaken and have been compelling. And we also need a long-term investment in increased monitoring, in improving our modeling, because we have to be able to, when situations like this come up, we have to be able to defend it through that science. So I think, you know, Kyle's right on, and we have to be able to invest in these things in a long-term way so that we can be prepared when bad situations like this come around.
All right, last question, the lovely Bev.
So we also have a threat coming up in the election next year, and there might not be that possibility that Deb Holland is going to be there. So what are the new, I guess, what are the new threats that could come about, and what is the new scenario if the election doesn't go the way we want it to go?
Oh, if there's a question that keeps me up, it might be that one more than anything right now. You know, it's gonna be a huge setback. I think though the key, I believe for us doing the work we're doing is to, you know, regardless of what that current administration's priorities are, let's just keep pursuing the values that we've been holding and have been encouraged by this administration so far. You know, I think we just continue to do the work on the ground as best we can. And again, I think that's where we only have so much influence on these levels above us. And that's true currently, even with Deb Holland, you know, she's a lot of people are trying to get her attention right now. Where we do have more influence, of course, is in our immediate surroundings. And so I think, you know, if we get a big administration change where suddenly the doors that we thought might be open right now are firmly closed for 4 years or 8 years. Well, then we've got a lot of work to do, I think, on the ground, just making sure our communities are resilient and prepared for when we do get the opportunities again to make good things happen. And who knows? I mean, all bets are off. I think there's stranger things have happened than getting, big either legislation packages or other good things to happen through administrations that don't tend to think about conservation. So, I mean, maybe I'm a foolish optimist, but I just think, good work pays good dividends, and we'll just have to keep the good work up. Thanks, everybody.
Oh my, Mason's much taller than me. All right. Well, that was awesome. Thank you, Mason. Thanks for keeping it fast and really engaging. That was awesome. All right, everybody. There are sandwiches out in the hallway. For our Zoom guests, we will resume at 1:45. And the mining workshop will go from 1:45 to 4:15. Everyone in person here, go get some food. Go get some food, some sunshine, and you can go eat out on the patios in the back. All right. See you soon, everyone on Zoom. All right. We will begin our Mining 101 workshop. And I'm going to give the stage over to Ian Bigley and Kassandra Lisenbee.
Hello, can we actually have that second mic, if you don't mind? Okay, hi guys. My name is Kassandra Lisenbee. I am from what is now has been called Reno, Nevada, but on Washoe Paiute lands. And I work with an organization called Great Basin Resource Watch, and I'll introduce our organization later.
Seeing if this one works too. Hi, folks. My name is Ian Bigley. I'll be co-presenting with Kassandra today. I'm traveling as well from Reno, Nevada on Washoe Paiute lands. That's where I grew up, and always enjoy the privilege to come down here to this beautiful area. I work with a group called Earthworks. I'll do a little, as Kassandra will do, a little intro of the org when you get the PowerPoint going.
Awesome. So if we could just pull up the slides. So we've been asked today to do a Mining 101. Mining's obviously a big conversation in this area, especially for what we see coming down the turnpike. This is actually a mine that is in the northeastern part of Nevada. It's called the Cortez Hills Gold Mine. It is one of the largest producing gold mines in the world. Nevada is, if it would be its own country, it would be the 5th largest gold producer in the world. So there's definitely a history of mining in Nevada. And we all know that impacts don't stop at borders. And so we're really close. So we're here to kind of give an update on what mining is looking like, what some of the processes are. And so next slide, please. So I'm with an organization called Great Basin Resource Watch. We were founded in 1994 by a coalition of environmental activists, Native American tribal leaders, and scientific community representatives, noticing that not a lot of people were paying attention to mining in the Great Basin. And so our mission is to protect the health and well-being of the land, air, water, wildlife, and human communities of the Great Basin from the adverse effects of resource extraction. Next slide.
All righty, and Earthworks in a nutshell. We are a national organization. We work on extractive issues. This is both issues with oil and gas extraction, as well as hard rock mining. And that's something I like to mention because there's lots of tension right now as far as, ending oil and gas extraction and that being an either or setup with mining. And we're really well positioned to say, no, destruction in any form is not the path forward. So we do a lot of work on federal policy. We have a team of lobbyists in DC. And my role is I'm the Southwest Region organizer. So I'm here in place of my colleague, Jared Neymark, who is our California organizer. He's down, there's actually an event down in the Imperial Valley today that he had to attend, going along with a new report that we'll mention. But that's just very briefly a little bit about Earthworks. We, as far as our policy working on mining issues, separate from federal policy, We provide support to communities when they reach out to us, only when they reach out to us, and that can look so different issue to issue, whether that's we need help finding a hydrologist, could we get a second opinion on this technical report from the mine company, and really whatever it needs to be.
Actually, if you want to go back just one sec. So I forgot that we were going to do an opening activity and we just like totally just like went off into a presentation. So if we could like take a really quick pull back, everyone has Post-it notes in front of them. I just want to do a little word association activity. When someone mentions mining to you, what is a word? What is a impact? What is a thought that comes up for you? It could be one, it can be two, but this is just going to kind of like help us set the stage for what are our thoughts right now about kind of what mining means. And so for people on Zoom, you can drop it in the chat if that works for you. But we're just going to kind of open up with that, and I'll just give 1 minute to that. And sorry, we just like zoomed straight in.
And, as folks are getting some juices flowing with that, I think it provides a good opportunity just for kind of some housekeeping. This presentation we have we're really grateful to have a lot of time to share with folks here. And with that, we don't want to just kind of talk at folks like a lecture the whole time. So this will be really split up into 2 sections. The first half, we'll be providing some 101 information on a whole range of topics. This will be very broad and lateral, and then we can follow up later. The second half of the presentation will be a discussion. So not just questions to us, but really everybody being able to talk with each other. So just so you have a little bit of a roadmap. And then also as you're writing down some thoughts, just some things that I know I think are pretty good at the beginning of sort of an activity, especially if we're going to be interacting with each other, or some commitments. So feel free to yell out if you know any other good ones. But I know one is, step up, step back. And what that means, if you're someone who likes to talk a lot, that's awesome. You have great things to share. But also pay attention to everyone else and make sure you're not taking away someone else's opportunity to share. And if you're one of those people that don't like to share too much, that's also great. But no, you probably have some really good information and you don't have to, but we encourage you to share that with everyone else. Another one I'll share, especially when we're talking about these really important topics, is no one of us knows it all, but together we know a lot. So holding that as well.
And I'll just add one more thing. You have note cards in front of you. Our presentation is kind of long. I'm sorry, especially after lunch. There's just so much information and kind of dense. And we will have that whole second portion to chat. So if there are any questions that are shooting up for you, please write them down on the note card so that we can make sure that we answer them at the later portion of the workshop. And with that, go ahead and just keep your words close to you. We're going to kind of come back to that after we talk a little bit about mining. So, and with that, I'll pass it back to Ian.
All right, and if we could get the presentation back up. So we do on the next slide, we have just a brief land acknowledgement. I know that this has been shared throughout the day today, but just want to make sure that we're acknowledging that we're on the traditional lands of Paiute and Shoshone peoples, the stewards that have taken care of this land since time immemorial, and importantly, continue to lead the work, taking care of this land that benefits us all. And we strive and aim to be in solidarity and support that leadership that already exists in these areas. We could go to the next. Now this is just a very kind of cursory bird's eye view of what we're looking at with mines. So the map on the left is from the Nevada Division of Minerals from 2021. You're looking at the metal mines in the yellow there. That's not including things like, gravel, aggregates, those sorts of things. That's just, the metal mines like copper, gold, those sorts of things. As Kassandra mentioned, there is a globally significant amount of gold being extracted from northeastern Nevada. But now in the West, although there's other types of mines there, that's where we're seeing a lot of the lithium. And then here in California, what those pins are for the current exploration projects we're seeing. So there is some ongoing proposals that communities have been fighting for gold exploration around Grass Valley. We're seeing the Bodie Hills projects around there. I know we recently had a big victory with the Hot Springs project proposed outside of Mammoth. So always good to lift those things up. And then coming down, you can see Conglomerate Mesa, Indian Pass, and the Salton Sea. So I can't speak too in depth to this, but we'll have the contact information for my colleague Jared, who's on this side of the border working every day on those exploration projects. And now this is a map the Center for Biological Diversity has provided. Also, shout out, I'm wearing one of their shirts today. I should probably wear an Earthworks shirt, but this is for the team's buckwheat over there in Fish Lake. And this is where there's interest in lithium mining. So you can see here, there's some that show water drops and some that show a pickaxe. That's because there's different types of lithium mining. Either they're mining the rocks like they do with the gold and silver, or they're mining the groundwater. We'll get into a little bit more of that later. But you can see where these proposed projects are. One of the hard things with this is there's so many popping up, and it's hard to identify, which ones are going to move forward, which ones are going to go past exploration. How do we most efficiently protect as much as we can while there's this onslaught? And then this is a little closer to this area. So what we're looking at here is Clayton Valley. So I'm sure folks here are probably more familiar with the local geography than me, but for those who may not be, just over the White Mountains, you're into Fish Lake Valley. Then you have the Silver Peak Range. On the other side of that is Clayton Valley. This is where the only producing lithium mine in the country currently is, with Silver Peak. It's a brine evaporation project, and there's significant other interest in that basin. I'll get into some of the fun water litigation that's ongoing there now in that section. And then I'd also like to highlight in Fish Lake, this is where the Rhyolite Ridge project is. That's home to the team's buckwheat. And I think this is the last and sort of the bird's eye view of where things are happening. You can see here, this was prepared by Trout Unlimited, but based off of some USGS data.
Conservancy.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. This is why we work as a team. So you can see here where the lithium focal areas are, and it's very significant along the eastern, just to the east of the Sierra Nevada, all north and south, and concentrated here in these Pacific and Southwestern states.
Okay, so I'm going to center us a little bit in the mining law now. We've seen, apologies, a little bit of a bird's eye view of where these things are coming. And so that's kind of where we wanted to center, right? This is happening in this area really intensely right now. So just with the mining law, we're going to take it back to in the 1800s, mining was under pickaxes and shovels. And kind of colonial westward expansion, whoever has the biggest shotgun kind of has access to the land. This is when this law was written. So our federal mining law is called the 1872 mining law. It came just at the end of most of the treaty time periods here. It was meant to promote extraction, promote mining. And so this is still the mining law that we're operating under today. So a couple of the big things that it says is that mining is the highest and best use of public lands. So what this means is, I know, right? Regulators tend to feel like they can't say no to a project. We've had this conversation many times, but we would definitely argue against that. But with this, it makes it so regulators feel like they kind of have to approve it because of its highest use. They actually pay no royalties to extract on federal lands as well. So unlike oil and gas, and most recently coal, now that currently under law, there is no royalties that need to be paid by mining companies that operate on public and indigenous lands. And so also, they provide no community or environmental protections within the law. There are some other laws that have been passed since then, like the Clean Water Act, that have to be followed. But within the mining law itself, there are no protections. And past 1 year after the closure of U.S. treaty making. So, this was really a colonial act. This was westward expansion. And so lithium mining that we're seeing coming right now and being proposed in droves is still operating under this 1800 era's law. Next slide, please. So mining has a lot of impacts. That's really just the core of it. It's incredibly destructive to the land. It's incredibly destructive to the water, to the air sheds, to the wildlife who call it home, to cultural resources. It has human rights implications, treaty violations. Really just to say it is a destructive process and there's kind of no getting around that. And so we are going to talk about what some of those in particular impacts are today. Next slide, please. So this is just the general overall view of the mining process. It starts with exploration. This was great. We heard Mason talk about that earlier today, right? Exploration still has a major impact to the land and to the water. There are a lot of wells that are drilled, a lot of mining claims that people are driving out to. So it has a big impact. From there, if it passes the permitting process, it will go into extraction. So this is when they'll pull out the dynamite in the big trucks, which is what we see from industrial scale mining today. From there, it'll move into processing, which usually involves a lot of chemical treatments and is really water intensive. So the picture on the far right, that is extraction. That is, what the footprint looks like on the landscape. And the one on the bottom left here is a processing pond for a gold mine in Nevada. And so reclamation also, and I'm sorry, this PowerPoint is a little Nevada centered. That's where I mostly work out of, but also these mines will be going through under Nevada law. So I thought that they were important to highlight. So reclamation in Nevada, we actually have no language in our statutes that mining companies have to reclaim the water. We only have language around land. And so there's a huge piece of the puzzle that's missing here. Next slide, please. So exploration, I just wanted to hit on this, which is, at the start, they say it's fairly non-intrusive. They use aerial surveys. But at some point, they have to get on the ground and test the mineral, and that's when they'll drill boreholes. And so right now in Nevada, this is an old number. I think it's closer to about 21,000 lithium claims in Nevada at the moment. And I think around 18,000 wells have been drilled to test for those deposits. So we're really seeing this impact coming. And there's something in exploration called the 5-acre disturbance rule, which is basically if a company can make an argument that they're not disturbing more than 5 acres of land, they do not have to go through any environmental impact statements or assessments. So we usually see a patchwork of drilling areas that are under 5 acres so that they don't have to go through any actual review processes. So there's a lot missing even in this exploration phase, which is what we are in right now, what we're currently seeing around the Whites and into Clayton Valley and up through the Sierras, all the way through the Great Basin.
I want to make the note that for the most part, it's exploration. Rhyolite Ridge is past exploration and currently going through NEPA permitting.
Next one. And then we get to extraction. Once the exploration, if they find there's a valuable mineral deposit, they go through their permitting, then we get into extraction. And Ian's going to talk a little bit about lithium.
All right. So I'll be, once again, a reminder, I'll be moving pretty quick since we want to make sure we have time for that discussion. So if there are things that come up that you really want to go a little bit further on, make sure to write them down and we'll have some time with that discussion to really target what information is important. But the main thing here is there's 2 primary types of lithium extraction, and this can be a little confusing because we're used to hard rock mining. We're used to underground tunnels or big open pits. But with lithium, you also have brine extraction. So this is where the mineral is not in the dirt or the clay or the soil. It is in the groundwater. It's in the aquifer. And what they do, and this is what is happening at Silver Peak. This is actually a picture of the Silver Peak mine that's just over in Clayton Valley from here. They pump that water to the surface. They let it sit in massive evaporation ponds for a period of time. Once it condenses, they then pump that solution out to concentrate it into lithium carbonate or lithium hydroxide. So as you can imagine, this has massive evaporative consumptive losses. This is the kind of mining that's causing a lot of issues down in the Atacama in South America currently. And the industry is currently proposing a solution of something called DLE, direct lithium extraction. That's sort of an umbrella for a number of emerging technologies that are, the information around is very hard to access. So this is actually my colleague, Jared, is down in Imperial Valley. He partnered with an organization down there to create, really, in my knowledge, the first independent analysis of these DLE, direct lithium extraction technologies available. And that just today was made public. So it's on our website at Earthworks. We'll have a link to that here. And then the other type is hard rock mining. That's very similar to what we're used to with gold and silver, with some minor changes. Usually it's a clay deposit. You know, folks probably have heard of Thacker Pass up at Himaha. That would be this process. You know, there's little changes such as sulfuric acid rather than cyanide for leaching, but we'll get into that a little bit later. And in short, I think this sort of covers the main thing of what the two types are.
I just want to add one more thing, which is with the DLE extraction, a lot of how the companies are going around this is still proprietary information. And so what that means is the companies are allowed to keep it secret because it's considered to give them a market edge. So it's a company secret, a trade secret. And so they do not have to disclose what they use in these processes to the general public. So it is very experimental and very unknown about what the process actually looks like.
And with that, I should say, the Salton Sea is really a region that we're seeing significant interest in this DLE technology. It's associated with the geothermal projects down there, and they're looking to kind of pair the geothermal projects also produce, extracting the lithium while it's pumping that hot water. And if we could go to the next slide. So this is a little bit more in depth of two of the hard rock projects we have. So Thacker Pass is under construction currently. It's been permitted. Folks may be aware that there was legal challenges to that permitting, which in fact the judge did rule that the BLM violated the law in permitting this mine. And we'll get a little bit more in depth into that a little bit later. And then Rhyolite Ridge is a little bit further. We're expecting it re-entered scoping after the team's buckwheat was listed due to some great work from Center for Biological Diversity and a lot of other folks. And we're expecting responses from scoping around December, but don't quote me on that. Those can always change as far as dates. And a little bit around there is, as I've mentioned, the team's buckwheat. If you're not familiar, there's a flower that only exists on, I believe, a little bit less than 10 acres in the entire world. And it's right where they've proposed that mine site is the location of this endemic flower. And if we could go to the next slide. And I think I'll pass it off now for a little more in-depth on processing. I was starting to jump the gun and going into, oh, the sulfuric acid.
We'll talk about acid. Okay, so now after we get from the extraction process, then we go into the processing process, right? How are they actually getting these minerals out? And so I wanted to give the lithium background because with the clay operation, which is more similar to the traditional hard rock mining that we're used to, I'm going to do some of the processes in parallel so you can see how they're different to gold mining as compared to for lithium mining. So next slide, please. So with gold mining, it's been using these cyanide leach pads. So people aren't going out and finding nuggets anymore. It's usually this really low grade ore that's really interwoven into the geological systems. And so they have to use a chemical process that basically attaches onto the gold. So they create these mounds of kind of like crushed up rock, and they leach cyanide on it, and it drips down to these impermeable plastic liners. Also a note, impermeable for how long, right? They collect that solution from the bottom, and that's what goes to further processing. So with gold, we usually see it with cyanide, and this is called the heap leaching process. And so that's kind of how that process works. You can go to the next slide, please. And so this is what one of those operation looks like. They kind of lay what looks like sprinkler drip lines along it to leach through that cyanide solution. But, there are still birds that can land on that. There are still wildlife that have access to those leach pads. So toxic for who also is a question. Next slide. And so with the lithium mining, that's more traditional to the open pit, like we see with Thacker Pass and Rhyolite Ridge. Instead of cyanide, they'll be using sulfuric acid. So sulfuric acid is what holds on to the lithium within the clay deposit and leaches out the bottom. So acidic leaching is something that we're very worried about. There's an old mine in Nevada called Anaconda. It's an old copper mine. If y'all are aware, that was an acidic leaching process. And they are still dealing with groundwater contamination. It was ruled a Superfund site by the EPA. And so this is the process that's being used for open pit lithium mining. And that acidic tailings, those rock structures there, will be left out on the lands as acidic, as they create them to leach out the process. So these are long-term sources of pollution, basically, out on the landscape. So, and also to get the sulfuric acid, they have to build sulfuric acid plants on site. So Thacker Pass will also have a sulfuric acid plant that will be built next to the mine. They will be trucking in molten sulfur and burning it in their processing plant to create sulfuric acid. So that will release hydrogen sulfide and sulfur dioxide, both toxic and smelly, into a very clean air shed. And I want to hit on what Kyle talked about earlier about baselines. Airshed for this area was pulled from data very far away from where the actual mine site is. In Nevada, we have a lot of holes in data, in baseline data in particular. And so the air quality that was the baseline was taken not even within this community, but then extrapolated into that. So there is also no ambient air monitoring as far as we know of. So as far as air monitoring around the mine site to see if the sulfuric acid will stay within their permit limits, that's not part of the conversation at current, although it really needs to be. And so just to put this into some social math, for Thacker Pass, for their first phase, they will be making 2,900 tons of acid per day. And so it's the equivalent of about 290 of those tanker trucks. And by phase 2, they will be bumping up to about 5,800 tons of acid per day. And Rhyolite Ridge will also be using this process. Next slide, please. So I want to focus on the tailings because this really is a long-term source of pollution. And so I'm going to spend a little bit of time. It's a little technical. And so I'm sorry if it puts people to sleep. But so it's a clay material. And within this clay material, it's kind of created a first of its kind tailings facility. Because clay has a lot more water content in it than a lot of the other rock that we see in hard rock mining, there's still a question about how much water it actually holds. And so the state will term it as dry, though that's something that we would argue against. And so the risk of failure from the facility is at a high rate. When I mentioned that it percolates through and they collect that water on the bottom, what happens if there's too much water in the system for them to collect it all, basically? And so we are worried about a failure of the tailings facility. And one thing that we argue is that these tailings should be neutralized. Don't put acidic tailings out on the land, neutralize them so that if something does happen down the road, it's not an acidic pollution problem. The tailings aren't holding on to all this acid. And so Lithium Nevada, just using Thacker Pass a lot here because they've been permitted recently. So we have a lot of data from them, but in their first phase, they'll be allowed to dump 60 million tons of acidic mine tailings out on indigenous lands. And they will also likely increase that to over 300 million tons. And so that will sit out there on that landscape forever. Who's going to be around to deal with the acid issue, in the future? And so tailings was a really hot topic for us with this new mining process. Next slide. And so a recent report, not a recent report, but an old report between our organizations, both before our time, is, spills and failures of U.S. gold mines. And so it saw that 100% experienced at least some type of spill or accidental release. 74% failed to control contaminated mine seepage. These are historic facts in the industry showing that they can't guarantee that these pollutants won't go out into the landscapes. And so we need to be taking extra measures to make sure that this is not these long-term pollution issues. Next slide, please. Okay, mining and water. We're mostly here for water. So I'm going to focus on mining and water and some of the mining and water impacts. And so next slide, please. So thank you. And I'm going to do it fast because sorry. So temporary in nature, this is something that Kyle talked about earlier. This is a problem. Mining water in Nevada has been ruled as temporary in nature. They say the projects do not last forever. Therefore, their water rights are not forever. Therefore, they are granted more water rights than perennial yields allow because their operations will not be forever. However, we tend to see expansions and modifications. And so, really, how long do these temporary rights keep rolling over and impact other water users? Next slide, please. So there's two ways that mines use water. There's consumptive water use and non-consumptive water use. And so these are the terms designated by the state of Nevada. I'm sorry, I'm not sure what California, if they're the same. If anyone knows, please feel free to interrupt. But in Nevada, how it makes it work is they only permit water loss on the consumptive uses of water, and the non-consumptive can be permitted over because it's still considered within the basin. And so consumptive water is like that processing water and dust suppression water. And the non-consumptive water is dewatering water, which I'll touch on a little more. Next slide, please. So water consumption, this is that consumptive water that's gone, right? So this is dust suppression. This is the water that's seeping through the tailings impoundment, anything for processing. This isn't specific to gold, but a 15-karat gold wedding ring uses just shy of 20 gallons of water. So lots of water in these processes. Next slide. But it's really, I want to focus a little more on the non-consumptive water. These are some of those regulatory impacts that take a really long time to recover for our water systems. So when a mine wants to access ore that is below the natural water table, they put in really big pumps that pump out the water to lower the groundwater table so they can access that ore. So that's that water that's permitted above the perennial yields. They put it into other what are called rapid infiltration basins, which is some nitty gritty, but they let the water percolate in other places in the basin. This is a major gold mining region in Nevada. It's called the Carlin Trend Mines. It's a big collection of gold mines. So not all impacts will be this big as a caveat, but I just want to show the dark gray with the outline. Those are the actual mine boundaries. So that's actually where the mining is occurring. And the green water line is a 10-foot drawdown of groundwater. And then the blue one is impacted groundwater still from the dewatering of these mines. So it really can create issues well beyond the mine boundary and be very impactful to streams and springs, like we saw earlier with the Amargosa presentation. Dewatering will really impact those. And I just want to add too that at GBRW, we fight for source protection. We believe there's no mitigation to the loss of a source of a culturally significant spring. There is no mitigation for that loss. So we also fight for source protections of those streams and springs. And it's just kind of on that theme. You can't mitigate your way out of everything, right? There are some things that are unmitigatable. So next slide. And I want to show you this area of the McDermott caldera. This is outside of where Thacker Pass was recently permitted. And so you can see Thacker Pass in the lower corner, southern tip of the caldera. This is lithium claims for the rest of the caldera. It's about 5 different international companies now laying claims. There's actually more land claimed now than not within that caldera. And so if you can imagine the dewatering impacts centered all around that McDermott Creek up there, which is an essential lifeline for this desert landscape. And groundwater moves slow, right? A lot of the ramifications of these will be felt many years down the road. And if something starts to restore, it can take upwards of hundreds of years. Groundwater is not a quick moving system. Next, please. And when they're done mining, they'll turn off the pumps and that groundwater will fill back into the pit. This creates what we call a pit lake. And usually we consider it as groundwater depletion because as the groundwater fills into the pit, it becomes a lower quality than it originally was. However, the state of Nevada considers it surface water as soon as it flows into the pit instead of groundwater, and so therefore is not protected under the degradation of groundwater. Next slide, please. So pit lakes are incredibly wasteful. They lock up essential water resources throughout the desert, turning groundwater into lower quality, locking out use for other users, toxic to other wildlife. The one in the top right, they have to add solution to that all the time to try to keep it from not being so acidic that when a bird lands on it, they'll immediately die. These are pollution problems. Have an addition, and I'll just add, so there's no requirement to reclaim these. They just put fences around them in Nevada. But in California, there is a backfill requirement for pit lakes. So this is a Nevada side issue. California does have backfill requirements, and Rhyolite Ridge is expected to be quite a large pit lake.
Just a piece on the backfill requirements. That's definitely a big step forward, but I want to be clear too, and that's not in itself a silver bullet. Because there's oftentimes backfilling itself isn't enough. It has to be done right. You could put a bunch of that material back in and it's been exposed to air. It's been exposed to water. It's reactive now. And if that groundwater is flowing through, that's going to create a plume of groundwater pollution. So even backfilling afterwards can be very difficult. I mean, essentially you have this material that's been under the earth, not exposed to air or water for geologic time. You bring it to the surface, it starts reacting. And it's going to take a long time to not be reactive anymore. So, just wanted to add that caveat where it's a big step forward to be able to have a backfill requirement, but even if something is backfilled, it can still become a source of pollution.
And so these pit lakes too, they basically act as large diameter wells that are constantly pumping. They're evaporating off all the time. That's pulling in more groundwater from the surrounding area. They're basically a pumping well. And so we estimated at GBRW that of all the currently permitted mines that will have pit lakes, Nevada's estimated to have 550 billion gallons of water locked up in these pit lakes, which is about 3 times the use of Las Vegas's annual water supply. And one thing I want to point out here is BLM has a definition of reclamation for oil and gas. And what I want to highlight is any effects of development on the land and other resources are not permanent. So I would argue that pit lakes do not meet that qualification. And also, objective of reclamation is ecosystem restoration and including hydrology. So we really need to be pulling up our reclamation standards when it comes to mining because they are standards for other extractive industries. Next slide, please. And then we get into acidic mine drainage, which is why acid is so scary. As Ian mentioned earlier too, once an acidic problem kind of gets going, it's really hard to stop. So the top right picture is a picture of my boss outside of Owyhee, which is in northeastern Nevada, the Rio Tinto mine, pointing out acidic mine drainage. And the bottom right picture is me pointing out the same drainage just this year in June. Ian took that picture. Actually, that's their shadow. And so once it gets started, right, these are perpetual pollution issues. They're really, really hard to stop. Next slide, please. And I want to talk about water control now. So the mine that was on our intro slide, the Cortez Hills mine, that is operating on unceded Shoshone lands at the base of Mount Denebo, which is considered a sacred site. Up in eastern Nevada, I tried to give some context with the little yellow star. But what I want to show is kind of what happens to water when mining companies move in. So next slide, please. So there's a lot of information on here with different names, but what I want to get across is the very top left bar graph is the diversity of people applying for water rights before the mine came into the basin. And now the diversity of water rights post the mine coming into the basin. You can kind of see the consolidation there, going from lots of unique family names, lots of people being able to engage in the community, down to a very consolidated few. Next, please. And so what we also found in this basin is that we took the mining companies and we did a bunch of internet sleuthing to find all of their subsidiaries as well. And once we put what the mining companies and their subsidiaries own as far as water rights within the Crescent Valley Basin, we see that the mining industry at current holds 92% of all the water allocated in the basin. And of that, Barrick Gold, which is a big mining company in Nevada, owns 95% of that water. So we're seeing a monopolization of water, right? And also a fear of what happens when these industries do leave. Who gets this water? Over 90% of the water in the whole area basin. And I do want to clarify that there's about 260 plus groundwater basins in Nevada. So we are talking about just kind of a piece of the puzzle. Next slide, please. But this is what happens when big mining comes in. Next slide. And so what they do is a process of water ranching. And so when there's not enough water in the basin, they'll go search for farms and ags with usually early priority water right dates, and they'll buy that water. And so that becomes a process known as water ranching. And usually they're just holding on to this water. In Nevada, water problems are not really dealt with until someone complains, right? And so we actually see that the mining industry and their subsidiaries control 96% of the water that's deemed as agricultural water. So this is irrigation and stock water. They also control 96% of that water. So they're really kind of pulling it all in. Next slide, please. And so, you know, there's a conversation around economy, but these are really boom and bust cycles. You know, they're highly unstable. Pay comes with market, prices go with market. We have layoffs, different for construction and post use. And so, and we do see a reliance once industries come in. A lot of communities, if they have an agricultural community beforehand, and then the mines come in and buy up all the water and all the ag, then once the mining's over, then they can't return to that economy that they had before. It's gone. So it really is only for a snapshot in time. And it's kind of a false promise, right? It's kind of a false promise for long-term sustainability and life. And bringing in all of these workers into these rural communities creates another burden on communities that I'm going to pass it off to Ian for.
So if we could go to the next slide, this is some of the other issues we see. This is not just the environment, and I'll touch on this as we go through. But I know there's some folks in this room who've done some really great work on the issue of violence against women that comes with extraction. I see Beverly. Beverly, I know you've done some great work. So if you'd like to share on this, I can give you the mic. I'll turn this off.
Beverly Harry for the record. I've had a number of concerns about the way land purveyors continue to work and water purveyors, and this goes back for such a long time with the beginning of the work that Newmont Mine was doing out in the area above Ely into Elko, and the discovery of the Carlin Trend with John Livermore. So John Livermore was one of the early geologists who was working along with Alan Coop in Nevada to try and figure out a way that they were going to actually process this microscopic gold. So these processes that we're actually dealing with right now are the problems that we've gained in the way that water is being utilized, the amount of water pollution that we're seeing within groundwater, the actual depth of pit lakes that exceed probably 600 feet, going into, furthering the water pollution in those aquifers. And so John Livermore then developed another company. He had worked together with the McKay School of Mines and began doing other work to, promote mining within Nevada. And then what they consider him doing, some of his best work with was Public Resource Associates. And it's really important for us to remember, where we're getting our money, to make sure that, we're not getting money that has been kind of like expanded. So John Livermore ended up, gaining a lot of wealth in some of these areas. They borrowed like $17 million. And within 14 months of that project, they could pay it back. And so these companies that we're dealing with, like the ones that had John Livermore at the front, that seemed like he was really involved and so concerned about water issues in Nevada, and he wanted to make sure that tribes and people who were needing additional finances could get that help. But the problem was that he was the mastermind in all of these issues that we are dealing with. And so the alarming amount of companies that are pursuing this type of work are non-native men, and they're mostly male-dominated industries. And I see we have a fight, that has been ongoing between people that have so much compassion for these lands. And so the development and the technology, where lithium currently is being explored, and that technology that is pursuing it, we have to guard against, the people that are actually studying it, and to making it a little bit more lucrative for those companies to excel and to continue to dominate land purchases and water purchases. And so those are alarming threats to our society, including the men that are doing this work. And I really feel that it has always been like that from the beginning of our work and the settler colonial era, when 1491 was here, and when 1492 happened, it was men that were just going after the land. They were going after the water. And so this is the product of our society. And I think it's really important, if you look at Public Resource Associates and you look at what they've done and the philanthropy that they want to do, and they say that they're really, really humble about it. You can't be humble if you have done this much degradation to the earth. And so it's really important for us to remember that it's do your research, get adequate knowledge on these companies that we're working with, the people that are saying, hey, we want to help you all you can, because I remember, some of those meetings in the past where people were meeting, and we didn't realize that these some of these people were wearing these costumes, and now I totally understand what those meetings were about. And I really, really feel like Native people, we're really taking advantage of, I think our goodness, the way that we want to help people, and we're always here to help, all of our relatives, within the world. We help these people in a really, really good way, and they really, really scarred us really well, where we're sitting here, scarred with these problems, where we're wanted to move and plan for the next 7 generations, and one generation is 30 years. And if we plan it out, that's 240 years, including the particular generation that we're in. And these lithium companies, the mining companies, and all of that, I don't know, how much can you go and continue to be so greedy about your domination on this earth without realizing that you have a really sick addiction to money, and that particular issue really needs to be dealt with, just as any mental health issue, that the mental health issue crisis needs to be brought up to make people realize that people need to seek therapy for these type of issues, because it's way too much. It's way too much where their presence on this earth, to me, would be a little bit more fulfilling if they got help and realized that, hey, we need to go after this issue with a very important acknowledgement that these men and the people within these types of industries need to get some serious help. Because I probably make less than probably anybody that's here, but the people that can repay a loan within 14 months, and they've taken out a $7 million loan, they're making like really, really, really great money. But I also see the philanthropy problem when you're giving money and you're saying, hey, we want to help these conservation outfits, I want to help the land, I want to help Mother Earth, whatever their intent is, it can never be enough to pay for the damage that they did, because that cost is just you can't even put any type of amount of money on it, because you also have the 240 years forward that you have to think about, and that has not even been calculated in these issues. And so as a social justice issue, they really need to move forward on trying to get this issue resolved. And I apologize for the amount of time that I've taken.
It's wonderful that we have a flexible schedule with having that discussion period. So I think that was just a really good start to the discussion that we'll have. And I'm excited too for, what you brought up, Beverly, as far as, how patriarchy has deeply informed the Western worldview relating to the land. We were just talking at lunch about some of the really gross language people use, like, virgin wilderness or things. And there's a lot to unpack there. So that will be a good discussion topic. So I do appreciate that. And I'll say too, the slide we're on, wanting to make sure to lift up the issue of MMIP, missing and murdered Indigenous people. And while I say, since I know we have some, Beverly and some other folks in this room who are exceptional Native women doing work on this, I know other Native people, I'll flag this exists as an issue, but as far as the specifics, I'll leave it to the discussion period we'll have for 15 minutes after this, for folks who are really doing the work on this to represent the issue. And if I could go to the next slide, we'll be wrapping up this discussion, the presentation section here. I'll be shepherding us through 2 more topics. We'll talk a little bit about, there's 2 more key topics. And actually, let me just double check since we're a little over. Do you think if we jump ahead to the local water issue, focus on circular economy, or do you want to more in depth on?
The only thing I want to say about permitting is early engagement is absolutely key. We heard with Mason and being able to track the permits. I know that's not always like something that everyone could do with the capacity, but I just wanted to highlight that once these processes get really too far along, then you're really at a roadblock. It's really hard to do anything. And so I just want to highlight that as these projects are going through, your engagement in them is key to actually making some of the changes.
Yeah, and as we're sort of jumping through this, this is we give a whole presentation just on permitting. That can be like a 101 presentation, so we can follow up with that. And also, just want to say, I know that the processing can often be very alienating. It's hard to see results oftentimes. In addition to what Kassandra was mentioning about the importance for if there's litigation down the road and engaging early, they say there's lots of off the label benefits to going to community meetings and stuff set up for the BLM in NEPA. You get to see who else in your community has these concerns. You get a network. So I often like to lift up that there's all of these sort of off the label benefits to engaging in these spaces. And if we could jump ahead, we'll keep going. We'll jump past for time, the permitting things. We'll just touch on that really briefly because it can get very wonky. And I think it's really important to bring it to some of the local tensions, well, regional, I should say, because it's just over the White Mountains, tensions with water right now and lithium. So if we could keep going forward, we're jumping through this section for time right now. Oh, right to know this is important.
Actually, community right to know. Okay, so we are going to skip over the permitting, but one thing that I think is really important is something that kind of we're starting to talk a little bit more about, which is called community right to know. It's a principle that came out of FPIC, free, prior, and informed consent. One of those tenets being free and informed. And so community right to know is defined as the United Nations as the right for people to participate in an informed way in the decisions that affect them. So when we talk about these baseline studies, when we talk about the hydrographic impacts of this, there are independent assessors that communities should have access to, that they don't have to fund, so that they can have someone on their side who knows the knowledge, who can kind of help them navigate these big projects, if that is the choice that they decide to make. And so it's intended to kind of open up transparency and get the community with resources behind them at the table at the very beginning of the process. And so I just want to highlight that this is something that we're starting to kind of try to achieve. And one of the ways is through access to independent assessors. What does it mean if they say the groundwater tables are separate? What does it mean if this? How do we know if you're lying to us or not? It's kind of trying to come at that by giving resources that the community can access, so they can have a foot to the foot at the table conversation through these processes. And so there's actually a model for this with Superfund. EPA does have a model for this. So why can we not put it at the beginning of these processes? Why is it only at the end? So we just really want to, as far as like next steps, something that our group advocates for a lot is a fund that is separate from entities, that allows for communities to access independent assessors to try to understand what these like nitty gritty hydrological whatever systems, what that kind of means for them. And so I just wanted to highlight that.
All righty. And if we could move forward, once again, permitting, we can get into more in the discussion if folks have specific questions. Let's go another slide there. We should be coming up. Okay, we'll stop here because this kind of gets into some of the solutions. So the last two topics I'll share before we take a break is a little bit on what's going on with water just over the mountain, and then I'll end on some solutions, because it's good to not just be terrified. And so folks, as we were saying at the beginning, you have Clayton Valley, Fish Lake Valley, and then Paiute here. So I'm going to make sure to give you the exact numbers, but and as was also mentioned, Nevada basins are extremely overappropriated and consistently overappropriated. And there is currently some significant litigation going on with water rights in Clayton Valley. You have Albemarle, who owns the Silver Peak mine that's operating there. And if you could imagine, to evaporate that groundwater, that's consuming a lot of water. You need a lot of water rights. And there's a number of other big players there with exploration projects without water rights. That's going to be an issue if they want to be able to develop that project, right? So now currently what's happening is companies are suing Albemarle, saying that they're not achieving the beneficial use criteria with all of those rights that should be broken up. So, you know, not being a lawyer, I don't want to speak too in depth to that, but just know that that's currently happening. And in the background of that, you have Esmeralda County calling for a reduction of perennial yield, calling for a risk benefit analysis if we should really pursue this. You know, they're really advocating against evaporative processes for lithium as well. And the background is currently that Clayton Valley is 120% appropriated. And with the pending applications, it would be 182% appropriated. And now one of the big concerns too is if that gets so appropriated, the water it would be pooling from Fish Lake Valley across to the east, because Fish Lake Valley currently, without even having the Rhyolite Ridge mine, and this is the basin just over the White Mountains, is 172% appropriated currently. And you know, some of the things that we're concerned about with that Rhyolite Ridge mine is they're proposing a change of use with some ag water, pumping that up to the site, consumptively using it up there. If the mine goes forward, it would go below the water table. One of the really important things that I've been privileged to learn about and to visit out there is Cave Springs is right above this mine site and is a very important spring system. Because of the over appropriation, I've been told that for the last few years that spring has already been dry because of how much groundwater is getting sucked down. And I'll close on this, something that I think could warrant some deeper looking that myself, not as a hydrologist, I don't have the expertise to, but is something I'm thinking about. You know, there's these concerns of Clayton Valley significantly pooling from Fish Lake Valley. Fish Lake Valley recharges from the White Mountains primarily. And I know that there's often hydrologic divides in mountains and whatnot. But I think given the amount of water in both of those basins that is expected to be pulled down, a little closer look at making sure that there are those divides and if there's any potential for this to start pooling or affecting dynamics through the White Mountains. And with that is a little bit on what's happening regionally. You know, simply, you know, starting out is mining is the wrong path. You know, 90% of biodiversity and water stress are caused from resource extraction. The United Nations Environmental Program says that mining, the extraction alone is 10% of climate impacts. It's up to around 20% if you include processing. So the math doesn't add up. We're not mining out of the climate crisis when mining is one of the key causes of the climate crisis. And so where do we move forward? At Earthworks, we really support what's called a circular economy. And this means, you know, we're not just looking at changing how we're generating energy. We have to look at how we're using energy too in reducing demand and also minimizing mining demand. This is a whole like week-long workshop on its own on the reasons that battery design is being made so that we can have big trucks, not recycle them. So it's really hard to recycle and all of these issues. But at Earthworks, to put it simply, we'd love to see something in the US similar to what they're working on in the European Union with battery recycling requirements. If any lithium is going to be put into a product ever, we have to have a guarantee that's never going to go back into the land in a hazardous waste landfill. You know, because those Tesla batteries last about 10 years. And we're talking about hundreds to thousands of years of impacts from the extraction, hundreds to thousands of years for the waste storage if it's not recycled because it's not profitable. And so if we could go to the next slide. We have a little bit here on who bears the burden. One statistic that gets lifted up a lot is that 97% of nickel, 89 of copper, 79 of lithium, and 68% of cobalt are found within 35 miles of Native American reservations. That statistic I think is really useful talking to journalists and whatnot, but I often tell the journalists that Native Americans don't just live on reservations, and there's a history to that. That, you know, really all of these projects, you know, are indigenous lands. And this is a continuation of, you know, the same story we've always had in the US of profiteering and resource extraction at the expense of Native people. Go to the next slide. So as I mentioned, circular economy, making sure that we're prioritizing reuse above new extraction. People often ask, like, what does a circular economy look like? You could look at like lead acid batteries where there's the requirement to reuse those and those aren't ending up. The best example, and this is, an ideal to strive for, is nature itself. There's no trash can in nature. Everything gets reused. And as we structure our economy, that's the ideal we want to work towards. Go to the next slide. And this is a little bit of data to back that up. This comes from a report called Achieving Zero Emissions, More Mobility and Less Mining. The main things I want to lift up from this is they analyzed that if you have smaller batteries, public transportation, so simple things like buses and trains, and recycling, that you can drastically reduce mining demand. Really, mass transit on its own is such a huge thing to reduce this arbitrarily inflated assumption of demand for lithium that we keep seeing, that assumes that we're endlessly going to use more and more. We're endlessly going to use more and more energy. And mass transit helps with a whole host of other social justice issues too. So I believe this is towards the end. If we go to the next, we should have some contact information.
Ian, can I make one comment there? Actually, if you'll just go back, please. I just wanted to highlight that the public transit portion of this project was only for urban areas, because there is this conversation right around rural, like what do rural communities do? So I want to highlight that the numbers that came out of this project when they looked at public transportation was only subsidizing public transit in urban areas, and you still see this big reduction.
Thank you, Sandra. That's very important. And if we could move on, I'm just trying to make sure, since we've gone a little over, that we have plenty of time for discussion, because I'm sure folks in this room have a lot of great information to share that I don't. And so in general, I think a lot of this has kind of come up. What's at stake? We know the values of the land. We know we all need water. And I'm not going to belabor that to folks in this room right now, because I really think, we know what's at stake, and that's why we're here with limited time. So if we could move forward. Here we are, the thank you. So I have my contact information on there as well as Kassandra, but what I want to lift up is Jared, who was not able to be here with us today. His contact information is there as well. In this region, Jared and I do a lot of work together since the water doesn't really care about a border. And what I'll also mention at the end here is at that Earthworks website. If you would interested in looking at it, you can go to that. It should be under our reports tab. Just today, we made public that analysis of direct lithium extraction technologies. So that was, I came here, I haven't even had time to read it yet, but that's just something exciting that I'll direct people to. Kassandra, do you have anything to share before we'll go into a little break and come back for a discussion?
My last comment is just that I know I said a lot about mining and water, and so there's actually a one-pager up here with a lot of that information on there, just in case y'all want to take that home. And other than that, we'll take a quick 15-minute break and we'll come back for talk. But Kendall, do you have a quick question?
Kendall Noah, Owen Valley Indian Water Commission. I just want to say how much I appreciate you bringing attention to light, about the man camps, and the effects of no more stolen sisters, but I think it's really important that you actually put the numbers on there, because just acknowledging this doesn't really give people a visual representation of just how many communities are affected by it, because 4 out of 5 women are affected, by sexual abuse or sexual assault in that. And there's not a perception by non-Indigenous men that they won't be charged. That's almost like a fact that they won't be, because it's almost like a loophole that they're not going to be charged by the federal government, because those are typically the people who are, working to charge, people that do violence against our women, and so you talk about how it takes so many years for this environmental degradation to go back to baseline conditions. Think about how communities are affected by this violence against women, how long that takes for them to get back and heal from that as well.
Thank you for that. And that's, I think, a very good note. Those numbers are important and they're very drastic. And thank you too for highlighting the intergenerational trauma component of that, because it is very real. closing too, I just want to say thank you to my colleague Cassandra. I am coming off of a month of kind of putting my head in the ground. I just got married and was trying not to think about terrible minds for a couple of weeks and kind of came in blind. So was really appreciative for Cassandra, carrying so much. And I don't want to claim, the work that she did in preparing this presentation.
And we'll leave you with a challenge. No more clean energy, folks. Renewable energy is more like it, but it ain't clean. And if y'all want to take a quick break, potty break, I know that was a lot. We're going to come back and we're going to chat about it.
All righty, folks. As we're getting settled in, I would just like to take an opportunity just to restate some of those community commitments or, kind of guidelines that I know I find helpful and hopefully other folks do. And that's just, first off, the step up, step back, knowing that if you have usually share a lot, that's awesome. Please do share, but also take a moment to step back and see if there's anybody else who hasn't had the opportunity to speak and make sure that they have time. And in the reverse, we encourage you, if you don't normally like to share, to feel comfortable sharing, but know that that's not required. Individually, none of us know it all. Together, we know a lot. Let's work together to put this picture together. And then also, one other one that I didn't say at the beginning is, acknowledge the intent of when we say things, but always hold accountable for impact. So oftentimes in these spaces, as folks are learning, you may not be meaning to say something hurtful, but you may say something that's hurtful to someone. And it's important to acknowledge that there's still an impact. It's less about, how you've, not in all cases, but in a mellow case, it's less about how you've made that impact and more about your ability to own that and step up. So I know I found that for myself as a white person and in these spaces. And I always relate, I grew up skateboarding. So like if you're always going to fall skateboarding, what matters is how you get up. So I would just like to share those commitments with folks as we start. And this is just a space, if you have questions for us or anyone else in this space, if you have any thing you'd like to share about your experiences in this area, if you're working on anything, because I know there's lots of great leaders like actively doing work, this is a place for us to determine what we'd like it to be. So I'll just ask if we could do kind of hands for a stack, will be great. And we'll be passing the mics around. Yeah, I think we'll do a quick introduction so everyone knows. And we'll just do, your name, anything about how you identify that you'd like to share, and maybe just really briefly, like one thing on what brings you to the space. So hi folks, my name is Ian Bigley. I'm coming down here from Merino and Washoe Paiute lands. I like to say that I use they, them pronouns, and I am here because my body by volume is primarily water, and I would like to be clean myself.
I can't top that. Rosanna Marujo, Owens Valley Indian Water Commission. What I wanted to say was, I'm surprised that the Native Americans don't have a committee to fight this issue. I just don't, I wonder why. Maybe it's something we might want to think about.
I'm Ann Brower. I'm on the board of the Great Basin Water Network, and I'm here to learn from all this. And also I have discovered that the issues are the same everywhere.
Sorry, for those on Zoom, please feel free to introduce yourselves in the chat.
Hi, my name is Allison Weber, as you've probably found out by now since I've been on the mic a lot. But I work for Friends of the Inyo, and I am a white conservationist trying to do better. And I'm hoping that it's water justice summits like this that start that and allow us to actually help push forward Native values and Native goals, not just, putting a fence around it wilderness.
I'm Mason Voehl. I work for the Amargosa Conservancy, and I'm a white kid from Minnesota that somehow wound up in the desert. I don't know how, but I think I'm here because this can be very lonely work. It feels like we're all kind of fighting in isolation at times, and we're just, I think, coming together and being able to recognize that like everyone's fighting on the same issues, and it's really reassuring that there is a community of people here with resources and knowledge and experiences that can benefit everyone in these fights.
Halato Chukma, Suachapa Kendall Noah, Chetasi, okay. Greetings. I hope you're all well. My name is Kendall Noah, member of the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma. And my reason for being here is my commitment to my children. My children are half Choctaw and half Paiute. Their mother is a member of the Fort Independence tribe. Her mother is a member of the Big Pine tribe, and she had aunts and uncles that live in Bishop. And so I come to fight for the next 7 generations to ensure their environment is protected.
Hi, everyone. My name is Autumn Harry from the Pyramid Lake Paiute tribe. I am here because I am a community organizer. I'm also a graduate student at the University of Nevada, Reno, which I didn't mention in my presentation. But we're currently, battling like all of these lithium mine claims, and grew up in the Great Basin where there is so much gold mining that is happening, and so many proposed projects that I think a lot of us are have been active in organizing against, and also like this is going to be our work for a really long time, probably the rest of our lives, so that's why I'm here.
And my name is Beverly Harry. I am a community organizer, have been for such a long time. I think about, the problems that we have currently, and the problems that, Black, Indigenous people and people of color are actually dealing with. And, I think the voices here in respect to what everybody has been talking about, I think non-native communities really need to step it up. We're not the ones that cause this issue, and it's that's what the environmental justice movement is all about. And so for Native people always to be standing on the front line, asking for solutions to these problems, or asking exploiters to stop. It shouldn't always be a position for Native people to be at the front lines. And so with the work that we've done in the past, it's always been a problem. It's like, how come it's always the Native people that are having to do this? And so there has to be the white communities that are stepping up and really pressing against this issue.
My name is Sunny. I'm coming from unceded Ohlone lands, where I'm a graduate student at UC Berkeley. And I'm interested in water justice issues, and I'm here to learn from people who are doing the work and have been doing the work, and hoping to decolonize my mind some as it relates to these issues.
My name's Emily. I'm running the No Hot Creek Mine project up in Mammoth with the help of FOI. And I came to listen and to learn today.
Thank you all. My name is Milo. I work as the garden manager for the Big Pine Paiute tribe of the Owens Valley. And I'm here because it's very compelling for many reasons. And it's an opportunity to think of a larger area beyond the little garden and little sphere that I am always concerned with.
Manahu, everyone. Noah Williams, Water Program Coordinator for the Big Pine Paiute Tribe of the Owens Valley. and Vice Chair for the Tribal Advisory Committee for the California EPA. I'm here today to, well, to speak a little bit about the Fish Springs issues earlier today, but then also to listen and learn and, figure out ways that, we could come together and collaborate, and elevate a lot of the work that we've been doing. I think that, there's a lot of common goals and some common themes that we had heard here today. And I think that, it's important for us to, for one, to be together like this, share this information, but then, see what sort of, efforts that we can have, moving forward too. So.
Hi, everyone. My name is Brianda Hernandez. I am the Water Quality Program Coordinator for the Bishop Paiute Tribe. And I'm here. I was sitting here trying to think of what I was going to say. Like, why am I here? And then, like, everyone just said everything. I was like, yep. But one of the things that really resonated with me was what Milo said is, like, it's beyond just, like, on the reservation, right? Like, so my job, I help manage and monitor the stuff on the reservation and within the watershed just recently. But it's like, it's bigger than that, right? Everything's connected, and like knowing what's going on the other side of the Whites, or what's going down in like Big Pine, like that is super important as a human being and as a community member. So yeah, I'm here for all these reasons as well.
Manahu, my name is Jolie Varela. My paternal homeland is Tule River. I'm Yokuts and enrolled there, or I'm a citizen of that tribe, as well as my ma'a, Anita Spoon Hunter, comes from Big Pine, and my grandpa Robbie Andreas and my grandma Angela Andreas are enrolled here in Bishop Paiute, and I'm the founder of Indigenous Women Hike, and my work is, along with like Autumn and Bev, organized fly fishing retreats, and also I've been organizing an annual backpacking trip for Native women, primarily from this community, to go out into the Paiute Toyobe, or the so-called Sierra Nevada. And, with that work, I have found myself in the so-called conservation world and the outdoor industry. And I feel like one of my places in that space is to kind of remind people that Native people are not an afterthought. We are the original environmentalists. We're the first stewards of the land. And this is our reality. And when we go out and we're hiking in the Paiute Toyobe and we're doing those miles, those are our homelands too. Like, beyond the reservation, all of these mountains, and even the great and late Monty Bengosha would remind us that our home territory isn't just here in Paiahunadu. It's the mountains on each side and further. So, Manahobu, thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sophia Borges. I am an assistant professor at Boise State University, where I teach in environmental studies, but I've been working in the Great Basin for a number of years with a lot of the folks in this room on research about water justice, and was inspired by the Water Justice Summit last summer to start doing some research on some of these issues that we've been hearing about today. And I'm here this year to report back on how that's been going and get more inspiration for the next phases moving forward. And so it's always good to be here with everybody to be having those conversations that are so helpful in thinking through how we can leverage the resources of academia to bringing that to bear on these really crucial issues.
Manahu, Inani and Gina Jones, but I do want to honor my grandmother and use my given name, Genevieve Jones. A grandmother I never got to see, so I was born after she had passed. But anyway, I'm a local, born and raised here in Bishop. Back in 1976, 75, we had a home built down in Big Pine. My family's here from Bishop, and my mother's from Big Pine. So my mother was a past tribal leader, so I kind of fell into her footsteps, and I have been past tribal chairwoman for the Big Pine Tribe and sat on numerous committees, including the Owens Valley Inyo Water Commission, where as I learn more and more, I get so passionate about it, but then I get upset about it, and and I recently became semi-retired. I no longer work at my job of 21 years, but now I'm falling back on my teaching credential. So I'm a substitute teacher. And what I've noticed, even in the schools, that students don't know about our valley and our LADWP, because I came through that system as well here locally. And I wondered as a kid why Bishop never grew. And then it wasn't until I moved back home and taught a couple years down at Big Pine School, and they made me teach Inyo County Inyo history, and I learned for myself firsthand, more and more about Los Angeles Department of Water. That's not taught to our children, but I get excited when I go into a classroom, and then and I'm only doing this like twice a week, if that. So, but anyway, it's given me the opportunity to be here today, not having my 8 to 5 full-time job. But I'm my hat's off to all of you that are here. I was on the Zoom earlier and I just heard a plethora of information, and I'm just so proud of Noah, because I seen Noah when he was like this big growing up, and where he's at now, my heart, it just makes my heart soar, and I'm just, so proud of you, Noah. Thank you.
My name is Amy Sturgill, and I'm the Conservation Director for Eastern Sierra Land Trust. And I'm here today just to engage with all of you, to meet you folks that are doing the hard work, that are passionate about, the protection and, just the vitality of the resources and the environment. And I'm just here to listen and learn and understand how I can be a better part of the solution, both personally and
Kyle Roerink, Great Basin Water Network, and I would just echo what Amy said. And thank you all for letting me in the circle.
Hi, Cassandra Lisenbee, born and raised Reno, Nevada, Washoe Paiute lands. I was here, well, we were asked to come here, but always happy to be in Paiute. But for me in particular, water has always just connected. I've always just been a swimmer and like to be in the water. And as I got older, started learning about water issues, and water kind of has my heart. So that's what personally draws me to the work. And we have a couple.
My name is Meg Mills-Navoa, and I'm assistant professor at University of California. That's what it's called. Berkeley, and I teach about climate justice. And I'm here. This is had the privilege of being at the Water Justice Summit last August. Was it? It feels like a long time ago now. And that was really, as Sophia mentioned, sort of the beginning of a project that we've been thinking about how to really take seriously justice in the context of the energy transition and its intersection with water justice. And over the last year and a half, it's been such a honor to get to know many of you and get to spend time in the Great Basin, and to think about what that project could be. And tomorrow we're going to be presenting and hoping to get sort of more inspiration about how we can make this project be of service to folks on the front lines.
Hi, everybody. I'm Wendy Schneider with Friends of the Inyo, and I'm here because I would like to see water extraction in the areas we now refer to as Inyo and Mono counties stop, and I want to be part of that.
And I encourage everyone, Ian just tuned my attention to our Zoom friends who have put some stuff up on there too. So just want to acknowledge that they're here as well. Camera to our Zoom friends. And shout out to tech. Yes. All right. Well, I appreciate everyone's introductions. It's really nice to get to know like who all is here, and so now we're just going to open it up. I know there's been a lot of information today, so we'll just open it up to any questions. And if there aren't any looming questions, I do have a personal question, which is, did your word change after learning kind of some of the impacts, or was it the same? If anyone needs a little prompt.
Just to add on to that, I think we're happy, more than happy to answer any questions, but also remember, you have our emails. So if there's just you can do that as well. I think it's really important too for us to, have a discussion, not just directed at Kassandra and I, but for us to all talk. And I'd also suggest, I know it came up in the introductions, the idea of, making sure we're talking too about where do we go from here? What does next steps look like? And I apologize for, getting who brought that up. I don't want to claim that, but I think that was really great that was mentioned. So also flagging that of like, if you have some ideas of things that you want to share with folks that we can do moving forward, that's really good.
Hello? Oh, oops, sorry. Noah Williams here, Big Pine Tribe. It's not so much of a question, but just kind of getting back on like the mining topic, and it's just something that I've observed of just really how short-sighted a lot of these projects are. I mean, a lot of the areas that we're speaking of, let's say, for example, trying to put a lithium mine outside of the wildlife refuge in Amargosa, where you have all these endemic species that don't exist anywhere else. I mean, we got to just think about like the grand scale, that it took for, these specific species to really, evolve and become specifically tied into their habitats. But it reminds me of one of my past experiences. I was up in the interior of Alaska, and I was actually speaking to it was a non-native guy, but he had been up there his entire life. He was a dog musher, and his issue up there was a lot of the gold mining taking place. And he was like talking about how like all these gold miners, they were saying like, we have 75 years of gold mining we can do. It's like 75 years, like really, really trying to highlight that. And he's just like, but there's 10,000 years of salmon in these waters, and to like really kind of like put it in that sort of perspective of like, you're okay, yeah, maybe you have 75 years of, making this profit, extracting this gold, having all this harmful leaching and everything else affect these waterways. And in a way it could, potentially eliminate a resource that, people could subsist on, and the life, would continue to exist if unimpaired. And I think that in a way, we're seeing that, play out in a different sort of sense, out in these, very, very rural areas, in the name of green energy and stuff, which is crazy. And that's just going to continue to be a, issue, especially, on lithium. And then I always get frustrated too with like, the gold extractions. Like, we have plenty of gold, above ground these days. And, there's always this idea that, or this narrative that they also throw out like, oh, well, we need gold for like, some of our, new technologies that we're using. But when you really break down the numbers, it's only a small percentage of gold that is extracted that actually does enter into, these high tech stuff. Majority of it's going to wedding rings, jewelry, and, whatever else. And there's plenty of that's already out there. So, anyhow.
Yeah, I don't know, Owens Valley Indian Water Commission. I guess I just had a question to all these different organizations, because, one of the things that I've been tasked to do is develop these relationships with different organizations that help move the notch forward to what we're trying to accomplish. And so I guess one of the things that I didn't see in the presentation is your relationships and engagement with the local tribal communities. I kind of found that missing, and and I really appreciate y'all taking the lead and doing the work that we've been doing for many years, because a lot of times that's what we seem like Bev was saying, that's what we've been tasked to do, is do all this hard work that we really aren't the people that done. It was the the settlers that actually started this, and so that's my question.
Yeah, I mean, I can just speak to my own experience here too. I think, I even working with my board of directors, who I absolutely adore, they're from a different conservation generation that this wasn't on their horizon. The idea that like doing conservation work along as good partners with local tribal communities, that's something that we're kind of having to correct the ship on. And it's kind of a slow moving ship to some extent, but I think there is sort of a generational turnover in which, we acknowledge this had to happen. This should have been happening from day one. Right. And so I think for us, for me, what I found to be the key is, honestly going in and just creating spaces for us to come and sit and talk through these things together. I mean, that's sort of just square one. And I find when we do that, all of a sudden we find all this alignment in, oh yeah, these places like Ash Meadows are important in all these different ways. And then we can take that and we can start talking about longer term, just sitting and listening, what are the Timbisha Shoshone's land priorities? How can what I'm doing support and reinforce those land priorities? And so I think we're trying to build a long-term partnership beyond any particular campaign, beyond any single threat, because that's got to be the future. I mean, I think that's just how we're thinking about it from our space.
A space on their board for people from the land. So if there's a Native representative that sits on the Friends of the Inyo board or whatever board, for like true engagement and building that community with Native people, is like reserving a spot on your board for Native people from those lands that you're trying to help protect.
I'd like to add, if that's okay, just from our organization's standpoint, we try to support in capacity and resources. And so that's kind of one of the things. Also in direction, we do have tribal leaders on our board, but also like we realize that, for instance, I'll just use an example. The consultation for Thacker Pass was a letter that came out during COVID, right? That is not consultation. And like recognizing too, like these projects are coming at droves, like from our, like tribes don't have the capacity to be dealing with all of these projects too. And so like one of the things that we strive for is how do we take that burden off? How do we take off the resource burden? How do we take off the capacity burden? How can we help with information so that you can make your own informed decision about how you want to engage or not with the project? And then how do we support that decision? So I would just like to say, from the way that we try to do it, that's where we come in with a lot of technical analysis, a lot of technical resources, a lot of how the permitting works to try to like help navigate those systems and support the informed part of FPEC.
And there's a few buckets that I'll share from Earthworks. So I'll try to keep my mind clear here, but first off, we make sure to have Indigenous representation on our board, with that being just very baseline important step. Furthermore, on our international work, we're working with Indigenous-led coalitions, even though we're not an Indigenous group, and seeking leadership from those places. For example, we work closely with a group, Surge, that's a global Indigenous-led group working on the energy transition. Furthermore, the work that I do tends to be a lot of trying to make sure that things are connected, right? There's lots of disconnect between lobbying in DC and what's happening on the ground. So a specific example of that is actually this will happen tomorrow. And folks, if they want to join, I'm, just my first day back on the clock, so bear with me. But I do a bi-weekly open office hours where our senior lobbyist in DC is on there. And it's not open to organizations. It's only open to frontline community members. And it's a space, sometimes we just talk about the coffee that we like. There's no agenda, but it's a space you can go hear from the folks in DC, what's happening with policy. And the one thing I love, for example, Kathy from this community, from this area, is one of the regular attendees on that. And I love that, my colleague, Aaron, the lobbyist in DC, he gets to be influenced by Kathy. He gets to regularly listen to her and hear what her perspective is. So I think that kind of that connective tissue is really important. And then also on a as-asked basis, we will work with tribes on certain things with permitting. A recent example is I worked with the previous chairman of the Timbisha tribe in December and January when Rhyolite Ridge was going through scoping, and worked with the previous chairman, Jimmy John, on crafting a extension request for that scoping period, which was granted. So there's a few different little things, but I think hopefully that gives you at least the touch.
And I will say from Friends of the Inyo, I'm happy to say that at this point we are working with the Indigenous community on every single policy issue that we're working on, but that has only been true for about the last 3 years. And we have now brought somebody onto staff to assist us with that. Joseph started, I think, in May or June of this year. But our efforts, to hear from the Indigenous community and to, put forth their priorities preceded that by about 2 years. But for our first 35 years, we really didn't, and that was not okay. And I will say I've been in this position 5.5 years or so now, and I see conservation work really differently than I did when I started. And I would like to thank a couple of particular members from the Indigenous community who've helped educate me. Jolie being one of them, another one being Charlotte Lang, and I guess I would say the third big one, Kathy Bancroft. Like, I've learned a lot from the three of them about perspective and and see things in a really different way. So, but I'm happy to talk more about that if there are more questions.
So when we're doing this work, Native people have their story that we're trying to present, and it's really important for non-Native communities to share that story and also understand it, and probably most important is to acknowledge it, because if you don't acknowledge it and you are coming in as a Native, almost a suppressor, because we're living in a very, very dominant society. We have to be able to move forward without the suppressing abilities that are given to our communities. And I just feel like with the work that we're doing as Indigenous community organizers, we're trying to provide these stories, and we're trying to bring these narratives in the best way that we understand them. And we're working with these communities that are living the white narrative. They're still very attracted to the history that they grew up with, and they still acknowledge that history, and that becomes such a problem. And I think that when we're working together, it's really important to begin acknowledging, the pain and the deep suffering that Native communities have gone through, for such a long time, but also acknowledge it as you're going about working your decolonizing efforts within your own life, and possibly engage in cultural sensitivity events so you can better understand how to show up and develop relationships, because those are really, really crippling when non-Native people come into these spaces, and they have their own idea of, and just kind of like coming in and dominating it becomes really, really difficult to move forward. And I just express the need to learn about the maybe the pain that you're carrying, and to understand how to take care of it. We have our own pain, and we're living with our pain daily. But I think there's a whole lot that you have to uncover, and I'm certainly not the one that I can throw you a tissue. That's all. But I'm not gonna sit there and you know, take care of the things that you know, your people did to our people. And it's kind of like this really, really horrible history that I understand so well. And that is the rage that is still in me today, and probably every one of us. We do very well to hide it, not express it, but you know, it's still within us, and we have to live with that trauma like every day. So understanding that, and yeah, that's it.
I was going to say, I think, you know, those cultural sensitivity trainings are really important. And it's not just something you do once, it's ongoing. And before I get into it, first off, making sure it's really important to compensate folks, because this comes with, like, you know, white entitlement is expecting, like, oh, like I should just get this information and learn. You have to be able to compensate folks for, you know, really irreplaceable knowledge that they bring to spaces. I'll just say, you know, I don't want to assume for Beverly if she's interesting in being contracted for these trainings currently. However, last year at Earthworks for our mining team planning retreat, we hired Beverly and Autumn to provide a cultural sensitivity training. That was excellent, and I think was really helpful for the staff. So don't want to speak if they're still offering that, but just for other nonprofits, if you're thinking about contracting and hiring someone for a training, they provide an excellent training. And hire Autumn to go fishing.
Kendall, I have a question, and this is, I'm trying to channel things that like Jolie and Autumn and Bev have shared with me in asking this question. But I think some of what, you know, at least I'm here to do is talk about, you know, what we can do to assist and help provide resources, partnerships. You know, I wish I could write you a check for $1 million. I'm waiting for someone to write me one, but you know what it is. You know how it is. Like, we're all in this situation, but you know, at the very least, I think leaving here, maybe, you know, we could come up with some things to work on for the next year, you know, or something like that. Because, you know, in being down here, we all have capacity issues, and we all have people telling us as activists, like, don't do anything more, like, you're already so overburdened. But it's just like, but there's bigger burdens on others who don't come from the places that I come from. And so I think, you know, at least maybe that's an action item for me to, you know, upon leaving here, you and I can talk about that. Put it on the board. All right. Hey, and that's the thing, you got to own up to it. You can put it on the board, but are you actually going to do it? And so, you know how to get a hold of me, but more importantly, I know how to get a hold of you.
I just want to say that with my organization, Indigenous Women Hike, the Water Commission actually acts as my fiscal sponsor, as the fiscal sponsor for IWH. And for next year's budget, I'm writing in a community piece, because I'm going to say IWH already supports the community with like food for prayer runs, shirts, filling up the pantries, doing all of that kind of work, just as a Native person. But these other organizations can start putting it in their budget specifically for Native communities that, hey, we're going to have $20,000 in our budget this year to be able to assist tribal programs or people who are doing work regularly in their communities, and start building relationships that way. As somebody who's Native and does this work every day of my life, if I can write that into a budget with grant money that I'm getting, you guys can too.
That's for the nonprofit folks. Remember, budgets are moral documents. Oh, Jaime.
Thank you. I'm just being the spokesperson for folks on Zoom. So I have a comment from Sally Manning. It's up on the screen. I'll just read it out loud too. She says, my concern is that lead agencies and permitting agencies are lousy at tribal consultation. So mining companies see tribes as easy targets. They approach with gifts and promises. They hire a tribal member to be their tribal liaison. They might help with schools or roads. If these are tribes' needs, why not have the feds help with this? In quotations, or in parentheses. I have asked EPA more than once to step up and advocate for the concerns of tribes in this region, R9, when EPA prepares NEPA comments or issues permits. So far, they ignore me.
I'll just speak to like a couple pieces here, and I'm sure there's like so much more. And yes, absolutely. Sally, absolutely. And one of the things that I highlighted earlier too, which was that early engagement piece, this is a problem too. I had alluded earlier about the letter that was sent, you know, as consultation. And so kind of by the time the capacity came around to opening that up, the comment period was over with, right? And so there needs to be there needs to be so much work done on tribal consultation and I would also argue the right to say no for tribes too, to projects on their lands. And so we need ways that and this is kind of where I came back to that community right to know a little bit. Like, how do we help build capacity for tribes and help build experts for tribes? It's not, consultation isn't such a burden as it is now. Just from my outside perspective, and I do acknowledge it being an outside perspective, but tribes have so much stuff that they have to consult on and such little capacity to do the work and such little access to a hydrologist or access to a specialist who can give them, who can be in-house experts that really help move these processes along. And so just from my perspective, I think coming at that resource building and that capacity building is a step one to being engaged in consultation, because and I just come back to free, prior, and informed consent. Informed consent is a huge piece of that, right? And so having access to people that they trust with a worldview too that connects, that is that very essential step to just informed before you even come to consent. So I agree completely that it's a huge issue and there needs to be a lot of work done, and from especially that community right to know piece.
Can I pipe in for a second? I just want to share something that I heard, and I can't remember exactly who shared this particular argument, but I've heard it a couple of times now, and it's just kind of the insult that native species have more rights than native people in these consultation or in these environmental review and impact processes. And so I think that's just, it's beautiful in a lot of ways that a buckwheat or a pupfish can come up and stop a mine from, spoiling an entire ecology. And yet there is also, it's still as part of this like Western, chain of being that's so hierarchical, and there's very clear dehumanization in the way that that's set up. And so I think that's something to think about as environmental organizations. And Noah just nudged me to bring up something that I'd love to just bring to everyone's attention and see if anyone has thoughts about this. So a friend of mine and I were in the Fish Lake Valley recently, and we were at the hot springs, which are apparently a result of mining exploration. They're not hot springs, they're hot wells. So yeah, if you pierce the aquifer, and anyway, so we were out there, and it is a place I care about. And in the Esmeralda market, there was a weird poster high up, and I wonder, you're nodding already, but it's, for those who aren't familiar, it was a sort of pseudo old school Western poster that says missing, kind of like a wanted ad. And it says Teams Buckwheat, low growing plant on rocky soils, woody base and fuzzy leaves. If seen, note location and call 775-826-8822. Do not attempt to collect $5,000 reward. So I guess what I want to say is that it's scary to see that poster because I don't know what it means, and it could be several things. A couple people I've mentioned it to say it could be seed collecting. It could be, a watchdog trying to do better monitoring, or it could very well be a mining company or their agents looking for populations of these plants, either to destroy or in order to maybe use as a bioindicator for the presence of these minerals. So that was just one of those experiences of just seeing that and feeling like we're in a wild west of kind of dangerous, mysterious dealings. And it's disappointing to see that there aren't better processes and accountability, and that we're still using 1872 mining law as the rule of the land. Not that there's anything wrong with things that have stood the test of time, but 1872 is not a year that I would like to model our whole society based on. Yes, I'd love some background on that poster.
Yeah, so it's for the Teams Buckwheat, which is the primary thing stopping that mine, because the Endangered Species Act really has the most teeth out of any of our environmental laws. And really appreciate the work of Center for Biological Diversity and getting emergency listing for that species. And we see those endemics all over. We heard about Ash Meadows. Up at Pahimaha at Thacker Pass, there's an endemic spring snail. Could have been a very similar thing, but no organization that has the skill and capacity took that on to get emergency listing to try to stop the Thacker mine. But these endangered species are all over. And, that company, what they've done, my understanding is that this posters are from the company or agents of it. It's Ioneer. It's an Australian company. And they want to find, what they'll say is they want to find the plant population somewhere else. So they can say it's okay to destroy this one. A fear is that it will promote wrongdoing for folks in the community, seeing that this plant is considered a problem for the company. So they're not directly advocating for that, but that is a concern, seeing those types of posters. And furthermore, about, I believe it was 2 years ago, a significant portion of that plant population was destroyed. I know folks nodding their head may know the specific percentage. I don't want to it was up around a half or more. But a large amount of those plants were destroyed. Some folks thought that it was, human wrongdoing. And then a little background to that, Ioneer had been working with UNR to fund research to try to relocate these plants somewhere else. And UNR came in and said, oh, these were rodents that destroyed all of these plants. I'm not a botanist. I'm not going to say conclusively either way. I will say I think it's really strange for a bunch of rodents to destroy most of the plant population and like not poop once. And anyways, that happened, and UNR, said that it was rodents, and that's how it stands now. So there's this whole background of kind of wrongdoing, and furthermore, with like greenwashing, the company is telling their investors and putting out statements that they are the environmental champions of the buckwheat because they have spent more money to save the buckwheat than anyone else. So that's a little background.
I just want to add one more thing that I want to highlight that you said earlier that I think is a really important point, and it comes back to why our permitting system needs to change so badly to include community. And I think you highlighted it so well. Like, how do these species have more of a say over, indigenous communities whose lands they've been stewarding for time immemorial? So unfortunately, it's one of the biggest tools in our toolboxes, kind of in the environmental, like nonprofit world, because it does have such teeth. But there's absolutely a change that needs to happen there, right? Where there needs to be other considerations that need to come up to this level of consideration as well. So just wanted to give space to that. Thank you. Yeah, I will give just like one of our most recent examples is conversations with the Yerington Paiute tribe. So they're dealing right now with the cleanup of the Anaconda mine, but there's also a proposed mine coming in on the other side of the valley called the Hudbay, proposed by Hudbay. And so like they're starting their consultation process, and we had a meeting with the Yerington Paiute tribe to be like, hey, do you know that this is coming down the turnpike? And that's when we found out that they lost their entire environmental department. And so, they have the chairman just trying to run all of the things. And so that's kind of where we were like, okay, this is a capacity issue. Like, how can we help with information through what would have maybe been the environmental department to engage in this incoming project? But thank you so much for highlighting that, because that's the thing. It's an assumption that has to also actually have a conversation first.
I have a problem with the team's buckwheat, the actual naming of it. So a few years ago, when I was still organizing, well, I'm still organizing, but I set up a meeting with Jerry Teens, who was Department of biology staff member, and he was the one that located the team's buckwheat within Rhyolite Ridge. So there was myself, Ian, and who was the other person that went with us, Ian? Yeah, Chelsea Han. So she ended up writing her compilation of what happened at that meeting. When we met with Jerry, he didn't seem to be very concerned about about really talking about it. And he really didn't seem too concerned about its plight in the future of whether it was going to survive. He was very concerned about its namesake. And I think that one of the things that needs to happen is that name needs to be stripped because the Department of Biology over at the University of Nevada, Reno is not stepping in to make sure that that plant is protected. So the university and the academia for I guess maybe even throughout the nation should be involved in these, whatever they state is conservation, that these areas have to be taken care of, and they have to be protected. And he didn't have any reason to protect it. So when I led a camp out over at Rhyolite Ridge a few weeks ago, we met with a few indigenous people. There was probably at least 20 people that camped out with us, and we went to Rhyolite Ridge, and we learned a whole lot about the Fish Lake Valley. And it wasn't my voice. I wasn't, directing. We were listening to the Native people who are connected to those lands. And we had just come from visiting the Silver Peak lithium mine as well. But I remember Joe Kennedy, the Timbisha tribal member, stated that there has to be ongoing knowledge that is being sought to look for the name of that particular plant, so then it can be replaced by teams, and to remove Jerry Team from the ownership of that name, as far as the common name for that, other than the scientific nomenclature.
So folks can feel free to respond, but I just wanted to peek my head in as we come near the end of the time. Just as a reminder, if you're one of those people who has a difficult time speaking, but you want to share something, just an opportunity to make sure that you have, some space to be heard. And wanted to have that reminder once again. It's not required to speak, but just want to be intentional in making sure there's space for folks that have a little bit more difficulty speaking up.
This goes way beyond what we're talking about, but I've always been bothered with the issue of mining, that these mining companies are not even American, much less tribal.
I know when you guys went to the EPA conference, there was that lawyer that got up and talked in the very beginning, and she was telling us about the history and the facts and a certain date. And one thing that we really should be focusing on, that time and date, and how we could change history, or that could be the key. Do you guys remember any of that? Okay. So
I just wanted to add, as we're thinking about organizing and also trying to build like relationships with different organizations, I think it's also really important that we're doing our research to see exactly who these organizations are getting their funding from. Because there are not even just orgs, but like people in office, right? Politicians who are receiving money directly from mining corporations or mining lobbyists. And this comes up a lot within our work in Nevada. But we have Senator Catherine Cortez Masto, who, you know, how long has she been in office now? 8 years or 7? Okay. So yeah, she, you know, she's been in office since 2016, and she does a lot of work, or claims to do a lot of work with like missing and murdered Indigenous peoples, and is like very proud about her work with the Not Invisible Act and the Savannas Act. And those are all really important. But meanwhile, she's, you know, stating that she cares about this crisis of missing and murdered Indigenous peoples, and then she's accepting money from the mining corporations, and she's in support of increased mining, lithium, gold, any type of mining within the state of Nevada. And so that's a huge contradiction. And I've even said to her face, you can't claim to care about Indigenous peoples while you're also actively supporting and making it easier for the mining industry to come in and to continue desecrating our homelands. And like that cycle of violence just continues. And another thing, just with the work that we're doing with our cleanups as well. And, you know, there was an organization when we first started because we needed support, you know, and it's like, well, let's connect with orgs in the Reno area who have trash grabbers, who have access to sharps containers, all these things, who do cleanups within the Truckee Meadows. And there was one org that we contacted and we're like, hey, we're doing our first cleanup. We need support. Do you have supplies we can borrow? And so they let us borrow supplies. And maybe a few weeks later, they had posted a flyer and they're like, oh, we're doing this cleanup in Reno. And then you go to their website and you see that the Nevada mining industry is directly supporting their cleanups. And then when you really think about it, it's like, okay, they're cleaning up this, you know, this area that's located in like a rich neighborhood in Reno. There's no trash. It's like pristine already, you know, and they're cleaning up this area while accepting money from like the highest polluter, and, you know, Nevada Mining, who is the biggest generator of waste within the state of Nevada. So we have to be really careful with who we're building partnerships with and really asking these critical questions, and doing our research to ensure that we're not also engaging with folks who are being hypocritical, you know, and who are receiving money from the mining industry.
Thank you so much. You said it. You said it all. That's exactly what I was hoping to say. And I wanted to just share one other thing that Sally Manning brought to my attention, which is that at the Earth Day event at Big Pine, one of the people who had donated prizes for that Earth Day competition was Ioneer. And, you know, no one knew, but that was like, oh, you know, a $50 Amazon gift card or whatever it was. And just like how sickening that is, because, you know, it's just taking advantage of people and, you know, building some sort of it's taking advantage. And then I guess the other thing I wanted to just say, and just what resonated a lot about what you were saying about the misnaming of the buckwheat and the inability and inaction of the University of Nevada researchers was just thinking about their funding. You know, I know they've got this huge school of mines, and just like, again, thinking about how by accepting money from certain interests, we can be silenced too, right? Like, just thinking about him, he's probably worried about, you know, losing his job or losing the, and I'm not saying that that's noble. I'm just thinking that's it's really frustrating to see how these systems are so deeply entrenched.
sorry. I wanted to talk about how the company wanting to mine Thacker Pass, having a conversation with Kathy a while ago about how they wanted to create a scholarship for a Native person there, and how just like kind of insidious that is like, oh, we want to, you know, set a Native person up and get them a $10,000 scholarship while desecrating your lands. And you know, and in my head, it also takes us as Native people to encourage our tribal council leaders or whoever to, in my head at that time, I was like, hell no. I was like, I can raise $10,000 and we'll have our own scholarship. I mean, which we've had, you know, in honor of Harry Williams. So as Native people, when these entities come into our communities and want to desecrate our homelands and then give us money as like some kind of weird payment, it's also up to us to be like, no, like we don't need to do that. We don't need to accept that. And I know it sucks because, you know, we have needs and we have things that we don't receive because of ongoing colonization and the occupation of our lands, but to just try to encourage one another not to fall for that shit, you know? And so it never happened, but at the time I was like, no, we're going to raise our own money and we're going to create a scholarship. We don't need their money. So just as Native people in the room, which I know all of these people are probably already doing that, is to just like, we really have to encourage our community members to like see through that. Is really important.
Pioneer gave out like 11 or 12 turkeys last year. So that's a place to go if you want a turkey. So we have to be really careful about that. But, you know, I think one of the things like with the t-shirt that Ian is wearing, you know, we should get something that we should have a contest going and get some Native artists to build a t-shirt for, you know, the Native name of that and start reclaiming that buckwheat for, you know, its own Native name, the Native name that was given to it.
Can I add something really quick? Just to finish my story too. So after we found out that this one organization was receiving money from the mining industry, we cut off all ties and we let them know, like, we're not going to work with you because you're receiving this money. And we went and got our own supplies, you know, we don't rely on anybody anymore for those things. And then just to, you know, add to what Jolie said, I'm not Western Shoshone. I'm not from that community, but you know, the mining industry, that is their tactic, is to target Indigenous communities to see what their needs are. But you know, they're funding language revitalization efforts in Western Shoshone territory, and it's really sad to see. But also, you can't place blame on those communities for trying to get support for those really important things, you know. But it's like I mean, that's just their strategy, that's their tactic, that's how they get support, is trying to provide money for things like language revitalization, even though, yeah, they continue to desecrate homelands and are part of this continuation of removal of Indigenous peoples from those areas.
And I was just going to tie all of that back to the water, because just like what you guys were discussing, LIDWP does the same thing. They offer scholarships, they offer employment opportunities. Meanwhile, they are just devastating the ecosystems and the communities of the area. And it just, I thought, ties up really nicely how this colonial mindset, extraction, resource colony mindset, whether it's gold, lithium, water, whatever, it's all devastating, and they all use the same tactics.
So I was gonna say, Sandra will step right back in. She just had to use the restroom, but I know she'll have to be running soon. I'm able to linger a little bit longer and hang out and talk with folks, as this is a really good conversation. Although we've like hit the time, we don't want to stop that. So I guess it's really up to the folks with the cultural center, like Friends of the Inyo hosting, when we stop. But just wanted to name that. And then I will mention briefly too, going off what Beverly was saying with like Jerry Team and UNR, another area to look. In Nevada, it's written into the state constitution that one of the primary functions of UNR is to promote mining. So constitutionally, UNR cannot oppose mining. I just let them know you're going to be.
I missed whatever that was, but I wanted to add really quickly about education. And one of the pieces that you brought up earlier, which was who's spending the money in our education systems and why a lot of the knowledge is not like how people didn't know about LAWP and Bishop growing and that until later. We have the same problem. The mining industry has their teeth in all of our education systems as well. So there is a reason why these conversations are not happening, in places of education too. So I just wanted to and UNR receives a lot of money from the mining industry, right? So there's a reason why.
Wow, that's tough. We've heard so much from so many folks, and it's beautiful. I could stay here, a lot longer and just listen. But I just wanted to ask a question. In that vein is like, what can we do? And I just want to hear from folks of like any issue that was discussed today. I mean, what's an action item to go away from here? Like, that's number one. Right? Is there a collective action? How do we take the energy that we had today and do something else?
And I don't know, I don't want to put things on other folks' plates as far as work, but I really appreciate Friends of the Inyo for organizing this. I'm wondering too, if like for folks that participated, if there's a plan for like a debrief or, it doesn't have to be like stressed. And that could be a great place for us to kind of marinate on some of what we've thought about and come ready to like set some plans.
That can be done moving forward is I know in the past the Water Commission did like the water justice summits. I went to the one here, the one at Convict Lake, the one at the Allen Spoonhun Memorial Gym. So these have been happening prior to these last two, but they were more indigenous based. Is maybe, when it comes to nonprofits, writing in their funding is like giving us support and being able to do more of those things and helping us create those spaces to where we can go in there and do that. And another thing that I think about a lot is like accessibility and language. Like it could be somebody who has ADHD also is like coming into this space can be pretty overwhelming. I'm like, what are they talking about? What does this mean? Like, and that's a reality for a lot of people. So like finding ways to make these spaces like more understandable as just like your average Native person that's here. So like just thinking about the language, I mean, and I know that it's meant to be that way, like the kind of language that's used in science and used in like mining and all of this is meant to exclude us. So just finding a way to make it easier for our communities to understand, and also supporting spaces where we can come in as a community, maybe just us, where we feel more comfortable around Native people, and have that be one of our spaces too, and as well as coming into these spaces and being here. So like supporting those spaces. And then also working a lot on your language when you're coming into Native communities and talking about these very important issues in a way that's more understandable for us.
Have to do the dance. All right. Advocate for FPIC, free, prior, and informed consent and tribal consultation before proceeding with a mining project. Absolutely, yes. I think that's one of our really big action items that, you know, we all need to be a part of, even if it does seem hopeless.
Is an action item when we leave here, is it like, to whom would we send that letter? You know, if we were to write a letter to some person in power, to whom would we send it? What would it say? Who would sign on? What do we do? I mean, is that something that we want to do? Right? That person in power may throw it in the trash can, but at least we take the time, put it together, think about it. And we could probably, you know, get a little press.
So I think we'll actually end it there, but with a final thought, which was that last year,
If I could just share one more thing.
Yeah,
Sorry.
go ahead, Noah.
You know, this is always a difficult sort of answer to. It's always like, you know, what else could we sort of do? And, you know, I don't know if I'm like, you know, usually just preaching to the choir here, but, you know, just keep continuing to be in support, you know, for a lot of these initiatives. I mean, like it was said before, you know, tribal folks are always on the forefronts and the front lines, you know, on these sort of issues. And a lot of it, I think, has to do, at least in our case, is an issue of education. And this is something that I do bring up when I'm like speaking to folks down in Los Angeles, because majority of the people do not know where their water would come from and still do not realize what the level would affect. Another thing that I would say too is, like, you know, we're disenfranchised communities, that people do have access to people who, you know, are really familiar with water law. I think that would be really important. Things with like water rights, tribal water rights, for rated water. I mean, other researchers, you know, for different, you know, projects that we have going on. For example, you know, with the Hunava core collection, you know, people who have, you know, a deep understanding that could, you know, help gather us some more evidence. And then just continuing to have these conversations and continuing to open up these spaces for tribal people to be able to share, you know, what we're talking about, because there is a lack of representation and lack of access and unfortunately leadership. I mean, not in our sense of leadership, but I mean, tribal people being in a position of leadership to be able to actually, you know, have a say of what's going on. You know, the FPIC, I mean, I've still yet to really see that, you know, see that like a really good core action of that take place, you know, in real time. And yeah, education, you know, education, especially, you know, on the water rights issue, is just going to continue to be important, because this isn't taught. And, you know, there's a reason for that, I think. And if people, you know, do have access to resources, willing to donate, I mean, there's a wide range, I think, of ways of that I think it's going to come down to the individual of how, you know, involved that they would like to get, or what sort of specialties that they might have or possess that could be to the benefit. And if you don't know, you know, reach out, ask. You know, there may be some things that, you know, haven't been said or haven't been covered, or ideas that we have in mind, but maybe we don't have the expertise or capacities to do so. But, you know, being there and being a lending hand and being an ally, you know, for a lot of these tribal folks is going to be, you know, really, really, really important. And yeah, so I leave it at that.
Support. Planning, and if they did have if they just had a meeting to work on some of these issues, you know, for you know, a week or so, and start developing the goal of a tribal compact that can come together with Lone Pine, Big Pine, Bishop, Benton, and then Timbishaw, Mona Lake, they would have a really nice compact. And so that should be the goal, because they're the ones that are allowed to talk about sovereignty, about these government to government relationships, the voice of indigenous people, the leaders of those tribes are the most important, that need to be very, very educated on the processes that follow NEPA, the EIS process, and then also just being able to understand what are the what the needs of their people are, and having that public conversation with them, and asking them, you know, how important are the pupfish to you? I mean, those were important questions, and where do we need to be growing out? So it's that tribal position that is going to make a difference. The grassroots organizations that we have can help in some regard. And all of these organizations, the 501c3s, can help in some regard. But the fact is that any letters that get signed off, they get signed off by tribal leaders, and that's where a lot of organizing needs to be done for them to become a little bit more efficient.
Well, and thank you, Kyle, for that question. And I really don't have an answer for that right now at this point. A lot of times what I like to do is engage with the community and see what their needs are before I come back to an answer to that type of question. But that's the type of question that a lot of these organizations need to have. What can we do to support you? We need more of that, and in our communities, what ways can we support you? What resources do you need? How can we support you? We need more questions like that, But another thing too is that's how this, we had the framework already built from last year's summit, and we have done it, I think in 2017, they had a Water Justice Summit then as well. And we was approached, Terry was approached by Friends of the Inyo and said, we want to do this again. How can we support you to ensure that this comes alive, comes to fruition again? And so that's how this came out, was through the support of Friends of the Inyo and the Eastern Sierra Land Trust, because we just didn't have the capacity at that time to be able to do all this heavy lifting on our own. And so we took a more of a, well, I don't like to say backdoor because I was involved in the process as well too, but we was there in collaboration with them, and so I think, working in collaboration and asking, how can we support you? How can we help you bring this to fruition is an important question that we could ask ourselves.
Yeah, I want to be respectful of the cultural center and the fact that they still got to clean up this room after us and not keep them too long. But I want to say that last year we talked about getting a resource library together, whether that was on something like Google Drive or Slack or Discord. And we didn't end up figuring out what that platform would look like, but that is something that I want us to keep thinking about as we go through this summit, because that is something where we could share things like all of the documents that rule our lives in this bureaucracy, and various trainings, whether they're cultural sensitivity things, or, Kyle was talking about if as a follow-up to this, maybe we had consistent trainings throughout the year, like NEPA trainings that we could get together on and make sure that tribal leadership was getting in on these things. So I think one of our big action items is, how can we create a network going forward that will allow these things to come to fruition and allow us to support larger things, like making sure, tribal leadership is supported, whether it's from nonprofits and intertribally. And with that, I will remind everyone that there will be a tribal leadership and environmental staff roundtable tomorrow. So put a pin in your conversations today, because we're opening them right back up tomorrow. And we'll be at the Bishop Saracoso College campus for 9 a.m. for breakfast again. 10 a.m. for the conversation starting, so we have lots of time to mingle as well. And I hope when your heads hit the pillow tonight, maybe you get some good dreams about what our next action items should be and what these answers are.